It's time for more of our Twilight Princess one-hit KO series. And I'm just gonna say, the start tonight is gonna be an interesting one. We'll be elaborating a few minutes in, but we ended last session by completing our second Twilight area, the Elden Province. So that means we're on our way to our second dungeon of the game. We just have a little bit of busy work to do first, before we can go ahead and get into our next dungeon. But this is one-hit KO, and for those who don't know the rules, again, if you're watching on Twitch, it's the pinned comment. If you're watching on YouTube, it's in the description. But if this is your first one-hit KO stream, these are the said rules that we need to follow. So first things first, it's pretty self-explanatory, but for the people who don't know what one-hit KO means, every hit, fall damage, void out, all that instantly kills Link. So we gotta be extremely careful about everything we do. We must fully complete all the dungeons in the game, which includes opening every single treasure chest, even if they're just rupees. Even if they're just rupees. We're gonna need them all. We must collect all of the heart pieces, heart containers, hidden skills, golden bugs, pole souls, equipment, upgrades, and items. Essentially getting 100% in the game according to a speedrun definition. Fairies, I am allowing myself to use, but if a fairy activates, it will count as a death for our death total. And finally, we are not allowed to use any magic armor in this run. We can technically wear the magic armor because there's a setting, since we are playing the PC port of Twilight Princess known as Dustlight, there's a setting in the port that allows us to use just the armor as a cosmetic, and we will probably use that for a bit just to show the armor, but we're not allowed to use the magic armor to tank any hits. If I do that for any reason, I'm counting it as a death, just in case something goes wrong. So these are your basic rules. Again, you can remind yourself about all this stuff because it's in the description of these said streams and also the pinned comment on Twitch. So if you're unfamiliar with what this means at any point, just take a look at the said rules in question. But with that all said, it's time for us to actually jump into Dusklight here. So let's go ahead and boot it up. I need to unmute the game myself so I can hear what I'm doing. And now we can get started. Also, let me know how the volume balance is this time around, because I listened back to the stream last week, and even though it was perfectly balanced in my ears before testing, it was a little quieter than I was expecting. I don't know what happened. I think one of my settings got reset right before I started the stream in the game for volume balancing, so I got it a little fixed up. It should be a little bit louder this week, so it shouldn't have any problems there. But if it's too loud, let me know and I'll just adjust it, because I boosted just a little bit. We're going to start off by getting a hidden skill, so we're just going to start a little simple. But hey Ethan, hey Aiden, how you guys doing? Yeah, I'm going to warn people, there's going to be another section tonight that's going to probably take a bit, because I'm going to elaborate a little bit more once we get there. But because I have early Master Sword, it's a thing we did to make this challenge run even harder, because there are certain things that don't work correctly now in the game. And because of that, I gotta find workarounds because of the weird state I put the world in due to having the Master Sword early. Some of that is gonna come up here relatively soon. But as of right now, we'll play things out as normal. So, we're getting our second hidden skill, the shield attack. Honestly, one of the worst hidden skills, especially if you're playing the Wii version, because it's with the nunchuck, so you have to like flick the thing forward to actually use it. And the Wii nunchuck was terrible with this. It just didn't have the best gyro sensor, so it didn't work half the time. You're supposed to use this to reflect projectiles back at your opponents, which is something I just don't really do. But this does have a purpose later, as it will be used for another hidden skill down the road. So, not the most useful now. It will be a little bit more useful, what was it, like 3 or 4 hidden skills down the road? It takes a bit. And here's the projectile thing. Thankfully, you get hit here, it doesn't matter. I didn't really like how the camera started there, so that was kind of a weird section. But yeah, you don't take any damage for this. It's just a tutorial. Aiden, that's kind of the point of the challenge. I'm supposed to have a hard time. So for me, yes, it's worth going out of my way to break things, which makes it harder, because that is why I'm doing a challenge run. So that's my answer. But yeah, there are going to be very specific things that will take longer, and I expect that, which is kind of the fun of this. I actually have a very specific route tonight that I practiced right before going live, and I'm still not the best at it, but it's going to add a whole new layer to the game, something you've probably never even seen before, especially if you haven't watched any speedruns of Twilight Princess over the years. And it does make things more interesting, so I'm looking forward to it, even though it's going to be hard. But first things first, though, we're going to need to go ahead and get ourselves a heart piece. But I won't be allowed to, because of this. Cutscene interrupts immediately. How dare you? I was gonna go to the ranch, but now I gotta do plot. Oh no. Shade has a very interesting backstory. For people who don't know, the character that you're always fighting in those tutorial sections for hidden skills, it's presumed to be the last hero that had this sword in this timeline, which should have been the hero of time. And that's based off of the timeline from Majora's Mask, where he wandered into the Lost Woods for so long, looking for Navi, that eventually he became a Stalfos. It's implied that is the same hero from that specific timeline of events, and it was confirmed, I believe, with the Hyrule Historia timeline. They just kind of confirmed everyone's theory with that official book a few years ago. It was a thing people theorized for many years, and then Nintendo elaborated a little bit more on it. You did an accidental challenge run of Lord of the Rings yourself, Ethan? Lord of the Rings War from the North. You completely forgot that there was a skill tree in the game and you beat it without it. Nice. I love when you just don't do one of the intended mechanics in the game because, oops. I've done that before with some games, played a little bit harder, because I didn't realize an intended mechanic. I don't know if I've gone as far as skip the skill tree. I know I've done that kind of stuff more when I was a kid, but nowadays I'm a little more thorough when I'm playing games so I don't miss tutorials, or at least intended mechanics. Also, enjoy your dinner, Ethan. We'll see you in a bit. Also, this is a very random section of the game because sumo wrestling. Why? I don't know. You'll do it one more time and then it's forgotten about. It's legitimately the most random thing in terms of a gameplay mechanic in Twilight Princess because they don't do this enough. There's this tutorial section here, and then there is one more section right before the second dungeon, and then that's it. It's really confusing of why they even bothered adding this section in the game. I'm gonna be honest, like, this does kind of feel very random. You don't even do this later as an optional side quest for a heart piece or anything. It's just for plot. Nah, I got him lucky here. It's kind of random what Bo does. He can sometimes dodge, he can sometimes move out of the way, and he can sometimes just rush. Or he can slap too, and if he does, and I'm trying to rush him, then I can get some momentum. Again, this is all kind of random. I didn't have a good second phase, unfortunately, because you do like 2 phases of this specific sumo wrestling match for the tutorial. Oh, okay. I don't know why he went that way. I held right on the stick, and he went left. The one time I wish I had input display on. This is also the last time you see Link in his Odin clothes for some reason, or Orden clothes, excuse me. After this, you'll never see this outfit again, unless you hack it into the game. Oh, I didn't know you can slap him out of bounds. Nice. Legitimately didn't know you can do that, and that's the first time I've ever done that. Increase the death count. No, that doesn't count as a death. Anything where you see the game over screen is how I count it. But imagine, that would be very stupid. Alright, now we got ourselves iron boots. We need these to actually progress in the plot. And they're useful for another dungeon later on, too. Honestly, iron boots are one of the more useful items in Twilight Princess, because there's so many items in this game you use once, put in your back pocket, and then probably forget you have it for the remainder of your adventure. It's a really bad gameplay loop that this game's known for. But iron boots get used in a lot of different situations, so they're one of the better items in the game for that reason. Alright, now it's time for goats. Yeah, Remake, I hope, does the boot thing better, because Ocarina 3D allowed you to equip the boots on a button, so it wasn't as bad. You were able to just press the button to go back and forth between using both iron boots and hover boots. And I imagine they gotta do the same thing with the Switch 2 remake, because it'd be extremely dumb for them to regress. Especially now when the, modding scene figured out just put them on the D-pad, which makes it even better. Like, there's no excuse nowadays. I kind of went in a weird circle, but this does still work. Kind of. Those two just went completely the wrong direction. So those goats are gonna be... Okay, now there's a third, and a fourth, and a fifth. Okay, you goats are just not cooperating today. It's a bad goats day. It's fine, because I'll still get the heart piece. It's just now I gotta do the long lap. This is why there's an achievement in here that's like 30 seconds for goats, and then there's another one for like, what is it, 20? I have no idea how you do the 20. Even speedrunners say, how in the world am I gonna get this achievement? And these are people who know how to do goats optimally. Yeah, look at that. Come on, buddy. My tutorial goats are better. I want to over whoop, because if I do that, they'll get angry. But yeah, that gives me a piece of heart, so we needed to do that. In terms of the achievement for that, what is it again? Let me see. So here we go. These are the 3. You get an achievement for herding goats under 30 seconds, then 20 seconds, and then 18. Isn't anything below 20 almost considered tasks at that point where a human can't even do that? To me, that's insane that that's an achievement in this. You'd have to grind that one out. Oh, and before we leave, there's just mailman. Sure. Alright, at this point, there are a couple things I can do around Hyrule Field, and that's mainly just bug collecting. This is also when you're supposed to go get that heart piece in Kakariko Gorge with the boomerang, but I got it during the Twilight section, so we don't have to worry about that. Now, I need to remember, where was it? Was it this house? Or was it the other house? Yeah, it's the other one. There's a house nearby here, I'm trying to remember. Yes, it's this one. 300 rupees just behind this house, and all you need to do to get it is use Gale Boomerang. Alright, I'm gonna save my game here. And because we got early Master Sword, we can go back to Kakariko Village now. Nothing's stopping me from just warping away. Which is extremely convenient, because now I don't have to do the travel back. Here's one of the benefits of getting the Master Sword early. I don't have to do any work. And I did this on purpose because I want to see if this is now open for business. I want to see if Mal took the shop over yet. Not yet. Okay, so you don't get Hylian Shield after this next section. I wasn't sure if it just triggered now. I was curious. Oh well, doesn't matter, because you may be saying, wait a minute. I think he skipped an important plot piece by doing a warp. And you're right, I did. There's supposed to be an event that happens when you enter Kakariko. But you know what's the worst part about that event? It's random. It's a random trigger just in the middle of nowhere. So I hit it. Saves me the walk, to be fair, by doing the warp. So that trigger is always there after you get Iron Boots. And technically that could be a problem later in the game. but it's not for us because we need to do this now. If you're skipping story stuff and doing like any percent speed run, this is a problem because you don't want to trigger this event. Yeah, there's technically 2 achievements for early Master Sword in this. There's the one that we did, which is just your standard go get it after you're a wolf. But there's one to get the Master Sword without even becoming Wolf Link, which requires the rupee sliding glitch, something that's known for taking literal hours to perform, of how slow it is. Oh, and I love this part coming up. Hello, sir. Goodbye, sir. Just love that so much. The reaction is what gets me. Oh. That's right. Ride that horse. Where'd she go? I forgot. If you get in here without the horse, she doesn't spawn. Which is fine. We can fix it after the cutscene, but the cutscene's screwed up. And it's better than riding in here as a wolf. Because that's another thing I could have done. Yeah, see, there she is. She was here all along. That was so cursed. Not as cursed as the Wolf Link riding Epona, but close. I think they're just waiting next to the cliffside, because there's nothing over there. It's just a cliff. Now, I gotta be really careful with their arrows. Because King Bubblim himself can't attack until you get close. But the Moblins are the problem, because they got the arrows. I do have a stronger sword, which that's gonna help. But I do think this is like a scripted part, so I don't think it's gonna help as much as you think. I think it's still 6 hits. 7? I can't remember how many hits it's supposed to be. 8. Okay, it's 8 hits. Even with Master Sword, it still takes forever. Thankfully, if an arrow hits the sword during the quick spin, with how large our hitbox is, it just reflects the arrow. And I love that this is forced sunset. Because this is a beautiful landscape. Alright, now the Moblins around us aren't going to be a threat anymore, because it's a one-on-one. Now, it's King Bublin. That's the threat. There we go. There's a way to do a double hit on this guy. And if you do that, it's way faster. But it's extremely risky, because if you fail it, he can knock you off your horse. And for me, that's an instant KO, as you know. So we take it safe. Master Sword has a bigger hitbox, so I can play this extremely careful. And that's that. Now for the trailer shot. How many of you seen that scene with a Master Sword before? That's the special trailer. Yeah, it's a great question. For spoilers, we'll see King Bublin multiple times after that. He's a reoccurring mini-boss, and for some reason, yeah, he survives no matter what we throw at him. We throw him down pits. We just completely beat him up with a sword. So you'd think he would bleed out by then, but no, he's fine almost every single time. He's run down by the end of the adventure, but he's still able to fight. I'll give Bublin credit there. Yeah, Colin got caught just to try to help a friend, which is starting to show character development here, and I really like this. Throughout the adventure, you really see this specific kid of all of them start to become more of a independent soul. Oh, there's a texture problem with his hand. Oh, hang on. That's definitely a little bugged, because for reference, Yeah. Oh, it's still actually a little bit different with the original textures, but it doesn't look as it's like a discoloring compared with the new one where it looks like 2 different hand models. That's a bug. This texture pack, again, is still a work in progress. It hasn't gotten an update in like 2 months, though. So I'm hoping that this definitive pack gets updated at some point to fix some of these textures. The dev says that they're actively working on it, but we haven't seen any progress in a while. Yeah, like a junior trooper of the game. Yeah, that's a good comparison. Wow, he's all tuckered out. Too much excitement. He is still a kid at the end of the day. Like, what, 8 years old? 7, 8, something like that. They're very young kids. Which is why I question how Mallow is such a great entrepreneur in this world. He's presumably the youngest in the group. He looks maybe 6 years old at most, and yet he has an entire business by the end of this adventure somehow. Give the kid credit there, but it's like, how? Alright, now it's open for business, though, because speaking of our entrepreneur kid, he takes over a shop immediately in Kakariko, and that's good for us, because he is selling something immediately we want. For one, a new variant of the wooden shield, which we can't get because we own a shield already. You can't buy this one because the Orden shield is in its place. That's why it says you have a similar shield. So if you lose your wooden shield, you're downgraded to this design for the rest of your adventure because you can't get the Orden one back. But then there's this one, which is the best shield in the game, and it's only the second one. Now you don't need anything better than Hylian shield, because this thing is impossible to burn. There's no like, so you can't just have it sucked off your character. There is no shield degradation. That wasn't added until the next game. So the shield will never break, never be stolen, and it can't be burned. And that's the last shield in the game. No mirror shield. This was the first game that started to ditch the mirror shield in the 3D games, which is a little unfortunate, because I really like the mirror shields in every game up to this point, but yeah, it just doesn't exist. Gee, I would say he's more of the... But it's an old comparison now, but it's more accurate. He's a boss baby, essentially. Kind of like that old cartoon movie from a few years ago. It's kind of, I think, what they were going for, and this is before that movie was even a thing. Alright, now this is where we're gonna get some, interesting situations. So I want to preference things here, because I'm only gonna use it for a little bit just to show this off. This is Iron Boots. They are extremely slow, and that's kind of the point, because the Iron Boots are supposed to be extremely heavy, so you move a lot slower. But here in the PC version, they added a quality of life that the randomizer has, and that's Fast Iron Boots. This also applies to another set of items in the game, like Ball and Chain and Magic Armor. With Fast Iron Boots on, you run at normal speed. So I'm going to use the Fast Iron Boots sheet for just a little bit to show it off. I'm going to use it here. I don't want to have this on all the time because that's going to screw some stuff up for me. I just want to show it off because honestly, I'm always playing with Fast Iron Boots if I'm doing a rando. It makes such a big difference. And look how much faster you move side to side, too. That's also why I wanted to show it now. This saves me from having to equip and unequip the things all the time. Because you're supposed to take these off until you need them. Yeah, the sound's annoying, which is another problem, too. You don't want to have these things on all the time. Oh. Well, that, I guess, was just pointless to hold A. Okay. Don't even know why that didn't count, but, sure. That's a first. If you fail on grabbing the Gorons, that happens. Problem, why did that fail? I think it might be Fast Boots putting me in a bad spot. I don't know, because I've never had that happen before. That's a first. Technically, I can cheat even further, because I could just warp up the Death Mountain, but I'm wanting to do this as intended, just to get to the warp. But at least the Gorons I do throw away, they don't come back. So I don't have to worry about these ones in the beginning as much. Yeah, I wonder if the fast boots are screwing this up a bit. I noticed I get pushed back even further. It's a showcase. That time it's fine. I was waiting for it to not be fine, just in case it just happened a second time. Hey Kira, how you doing? Yeah, it's very impressive to see just how strong Link is, though. Like, just throwing a Goron like that in general. No other Link up to this point was able to do that without an item. Ocarina Link needed to have all these different upgrades to his strength, like with the Goron bracelet, and then... What is happening to these Gorons? I swear, I'm holding the button and just ignoring it. He needs, like, the Goron bracelet and then all of the gauntlets to get stronger. And then Wind Waker Link needs the Power Bracelet to do the same stuff. Even Majora's Mask Link needs to transform into a Goron to do all the same Goron stuff. I'm gonna turn off the fast boots for right now, because I feel like something's getting screwed up with fast boots. Legitimately, I've never had failing throws, and that just happened twice in a row. So I'm thinking it's something to do with fast boots. Yeah, TP Link doesn't get a strength upgrade at all. This is the closest he gets to a strength upgrade, since he can't handle the weight of a Goron without the boots. But then with him he can. It's the closest we have. But he doesn't need it, as we can see throughout the entire adventure. Yeah, this is feeling a little bit better. So I'm thinking something with the fast boots might be screwing him up a bit, because maybe if he's just moving too fast, it just doesn't recognize him grabbing. I don't know what's going on. But to be fair, you never do this on a randomizer. So that's why I wouldn't have noticed his quirk, because I've never done the Goron section with fast boots. This is the part I'm actually worried about. There it is. I don't have any projectiles yet that can kill these guys from a distance. So, we're bringing back a Hawk. Like, the only other time in the game the Hawk is useful. Because then I can actually attack all these enemies. Unfortunately, you gotta call them back every time. So, this gets a little old. But it's way safer to do this than to go through this section. I could rush it with Wolf, but I'd rather play it safe. I think this is the last guy. Oh no, there's one in the corner. I can't get him from here then, because I can't aim. Is there another blade of grass? Yeah, it's over there. Oh, it's two of them. I've never been this slow in this section before, so I didn't even realize there were so many of these moblins. But I gotta play it safe. Any arrow that hits Link, it doesn't matter if it's the fire part or the sharp bit, that will kill me. Now that's all the enemies, so I don't have to worry about this part now. And that is a checkpoint. Now this is the part I'm actually kind of worried about, just the start. The volcano around here is erupting, and we have to actually wait around a bit for a very specific rock to fall from the sky. So that is very scary, since I can get hit by the other debris while waiting. Just keep on moving. This will be how I get through here safely. And this is the part that I have to wait for. So, now I'm done having to stand around and waiting for dying. Thank goodness I don't have to do that again. You don't say, Midna. You don't say. So this is the part actually is kind of required to have a shield. Because I actually can't climb these Gorons without one. Because you need to wait for them to attack you. Then you can attack them back, they curl into a ball, and then I can climb on their backs. Wait for them to uncurl. Okay. Thanks. What a combo. So it's not done erupting, as you can see. That I still have to worry about. But an act of God just killed me, because there's no way I could have avoided that. That's literally the worst case scenario. What a way to start. That's why I said before, that was a checkpoint once we killed all the archers, so we can just go back. Oh my god, I thought I got hit there. The rock's still here, so we don't have to worry about that. Okay, I don't know how I didn't die from that, and I got my health back. Wait a minute. I'm gonna save that as a clip really quick on my side, because I need to see that back in real time. Because I'm legit confused what just happened. And I need to see for myself. Yeah, what in the world? I've never seen that before. Let me put on the display capture really quick. First things first, I need the right monitor. That would help a lot. So, this is how much health I had doing the jump. And then if I frame advance forward, I get hit and I somehow get the health back as I'm getting hit. So it's like the rock had a fairy. Did it have a fairy? Because what was that red thing? This. What is this? We'll take it. That makes up for the death from before because I legit got unlucky. And then the next thing was the most lucky random rock that shouldn't have even healed. Did it even start giving me help before it hit me? Yeah, I got health right here and the rock hasn't touched me yet. It was a frame away from touching me. I think it had a fairy. That's the only explanation, because that shouldn't have worked. We take it. Before anyone says, no, I'm not counting that. Because that legitimately did help me. And I kind of need that. Welcome back, Ethan. Yeah, don't worry, we're in the same boat. So, I'm thinking there had to have been a fairy in that rock, because that rock's supposed to kill me. There literally was one that killed me, like, literally a minute before that. I just got extremely lucky with something, so we have to count it as a good blessing after the bad karma. And that should be the last set of Gorons rolling down the mountain trying to kill me. Because now from here on, it's just Gorons that are on watch that we fight. Which thankfully I can do a little skip here. If I angle towards the wall over here, then I can grab up here, which gives you a free 30 rupees. Hey, you want to see it again? Didn't know I can hit that side of the wall when I was that far over to the right. It's fine. Again, grab the side of the wall, then I can jump over here. Now, I need to save right here. Here is the thing I've been alluding to for the past, like, 30, 40 minutes, something like that. There's a side effect of us getting the Master Sword. We've already seen some of those said side effects, but in the Goron City itself, yeah, this is a bad one. So you may have noticed there's a little bit of a problem here. If you played Twilight Princess before, this entire section may look entirely different from what you remember. For one, these guys aren't supposed to be here yet, especially this Goron Elder. This guy is supposed to be someone you meet in the second dungeon, and he's thanking me for something I haven't done. Number two, this muscular Goron, spoilers, he's the boss of Goron Mines, and he's just chilling out here already purified. He's supposed to be taken over by the Fused Shadow at this point, but instead, he's out here just kind of chilling. And here comes the worst part. This section. It's still playing out as normal. The Goron Elder thinks I am here to challenge the Gorons to something, and it's still playing out the dialogue as normal. But notice how I have to keep on interacting with him to continue the cutscene. I have to keep on going every time. So that's already a problem. I can literally leave mid-conversation. You're not supposed to be able to do anything right now. This is a cutscene. So right here, he asks, are you going to challenge us to a contest of power? So let's say yes. I'm waiting. What's the contest? Staring contest? Oh, I lost apparently. So, this is a problem. Because right now, if I'd asked to challenge him again, same result. I keep on getting in this loop. He thinks I'm losing, and I can't continue. There's supposed to be a sumo match right now that lets these guys move, and then I can get into the next dungeon. Here's the real kicker. We can leave and come back. And that does technically fix some of this. Some. Because what happens now is that the Gorons move. Perfect. I can get in the Goron Mines then. This is great. Let's go in the Goron Mines. This is a cruel fate. There's an invisible wall here that doesn't go away until you clear the sumo wrestling match. Now, there are two ways around this right now, technically. One of them is going to take until we go to the 4th dungeon in the game, Arbiter's Ground. I'm not kidding, it's going to take that long. If you have the spinner item, then you just go over the invisible wall. This is the one part we have known since the game came out in, like, what, 2006, 2007 time period? If you get early Master Sword, it screws the scripting of the game up so that you can't get in the Goron Mines. People found that the spinner will get you over it, but this requires a lot more gaming to get to the spinner. So this is unfortunate. But there's a second way of getting in here. We're going to do the number 2 method of getting in, and this is where difficulty is going to come from. But we can do the sumo wrestling because I prepared for this, and I'm going to show it off at the very least. I actually didn't mean to run into there too much. Hang on. I'm going to cheat a little here. Put on your iron boots to start. That's what I meant to do. But I hit the trigger a little too soon. But don't worry, we're not screwed. There is 2 different things we can do to get past the wall. We could wait a while to go get the spinner, but I'm going to utilize a glitch that was found a handful of years ago that will also get us in the Goron Mines earlier than intended. So this is going to fix the bug. Because normally you had to wait quite a while to get in the Goron Mines if you get early Master Sword. But with the second glitch in question, you can get in at any time. but it requires some setup. This is where the real difficulty is starting. Because I'm gonna warn you, we're into a chain of events after this wrestling match is done, and it's not gonna be easy. Expect the death counter to go up by quite a lot, because there's gonna be one part that's probably going to kill me quite a bunch. But this is the only other time sumo is a thing in the game, so I'm gonna do the sumo wrestling from a different file just to showcase it. You need iron boots because if you don't have the boots on, you get knocked out of the arena instantly. So iron boots is required to do the fight. Also, he doesn't take off his gear, so as I said back in Orden, that's the last time you see Link in his Orden clothes. Because he just fights with full gear here. Alright, let's go for the slap. Ah. Unfortunate twice in a row. It's best to go for slaps, if I remember hearing from the speedrun scene, because you have a higher odds of actually getting movement, but so far, I'm getting very unlucky. I had a feeling the AI was going to do that himself, but it's also a 50-50 if he's going to attack or he's going to lunge forward. This is rock, paper, scissors at the end of the day. That's kind of what this is. And most of the time, the AI will just do one of two things. It barely does the dodge out of the side. And there you go. That's the last time you sumo wrestle in the entire game, for some reason. This is why I don't understand why they introduced this concept. Because after this, you're done. And now, this is how the game's supposed to progress. Once you clear the sumo section, then the Elder is like, alright, we can trust you. So go into our minds and get this problem solved for us. What's with this camera angle? Like, legitimately, I feel a little claustrophobic. Personal space. But yeah, now you talk to this guy, and things actually play out proper. And that invisible wall that was there before, it's gone now. This is the trigger. And there's a second part to this too that we wouldn't even seen too. You may have noticed when I left, nothing happened when I had the Master Sword. But now if I try to leave, this Goron is like, hey, if you're gonna want to leave, how about a shortcut? And then you have access to this elevator. So I don't get the elevator, and I don't get into Goron Mines. But there's a way to fix this. Unfortunately, we need Uku. That is actually the thing I'm going to need to trigger a major glitch right now to fix this whole thing. And you may be asking, how are you going to get an Uku if you can't even get into a dungeon right now? Like, huh? There's no Ukus. We're going to sequence break and go to Lakebed Temple right now. That is the plan. We need to go get Uku that's located in Lakebed. Now, the problem with this is that there's no real way to get to Lakebed at the moment. Because you're supposed to clear Goron Mines, which gives you bombs. Then you use bombs to go across the Elden Bridge, and that gets you into the next Twilight section, which will then lead to a whole bunch of events, eventually leading to Lakebed Temple. One of those set events gives you the Zora armor, which you need to swim underwater, and also to breathe under it too. We're not going to do any of that. Instead, we're just going to go straight over to Lake Hylia now. And this is the part I'm worried about, because in order to get in the lake bed, we're going to need to clip inside. And this clip I'm going to do is considered a speedrun killer. It's a really difficult trick that, if done correctly, lets you skip a whole bunch of the game, but it's extremely tight on its timing. Down to like the units. Oh, hi, man. I forgot he was going to be a thing. It's like, oh, hey, I'm a Mood Whiplash. Kakariko Goods. That's the letter from Malin being available, the ghost shop for Hylian Shield, which I don't know if you noticed, but I think I got the memo. And yeah, sure enough. Don't have to worry about it. Let's save. Because now we're going to get into that hard sequence of events. No, no cheating. No cheating. Because the cheat I would do for that would just be infinite air, but I'm not going to do that. So if I line myself up very specifically here, I can hit this gate, and from it vibrating back and forth, the hitbox is a little messed up. And because of that, there's like a unit in between I could just clip through. So this gets us now into the section where we go towards the bridge that's right above Lake Hylia. And you can already notice there's some weird things happening. Here's another one. You smell anything funny? Oh yeah, it smells like Master Sword. You're supposed to be a wolf for this. As you can tell, we're not a wolf. It's very cursed. Just jumps over. I've never watched this cutscene fully in the glitch state. He's supposed to be standing there already. He's just like... Hey, I was on my union break. I didn't know someone was going to be here by now. I guess I'm getting to work. Like, I really jump-started this guy. Alright, now this is the part that's going to get very, very sketchy. Prepare yourselves. We're in the Lake Hylia early, which we're not supposed to be, for one. Yeah, suddenly Twilight, by the way. That was the Twilight section we were in earlier. So properly transitioning the loading screens fixes the state. There's so little water. Thank God, because right now I kind of need it to be like this. So, for one, I'm making a save state for this, because this is going to be that important. So, before I do the thing in question, I need to at least demonstrate what we're doing, because it's going to be a hard trick. I'm not 100% sure how this is going to go. So, we might be here for a little bit. I hope we're not. But this is what we're going to be attempting to do. In Lake Hylia, right now, the water is less than half. It's very small. This is supposed to be all full of water, but during this state of the game, it's not. So because of that, we just barely have enough time to do a very specific clip here. So to get into lake bed early, you want to sink down to the surface all the way to this one specific pillar. Then from here, we are going to be taking off the iron boots, trying to swim up, and get ourselves clipped into the pillar in a certain area so that we pull out Midna here and just wait. It's a little hard to notice, but Link is oscillating right now back and forth. He's actually slightly moving over to the left a bit. And if you position him just right, he can actually go up in this state too, which will clip you in between the pillar and the wall, which clips you out of bounds. Then from here, we need to swim into this loading zone, and notice how my air meter by the end is literally like units away from being empty by the time I hit the loading zone. This is that tight. But once we're in Lakebed Temple, we can save the game and continue from the surface level. And from there, then things will calm down a bit. This is going to be difficult, but this is what we're in for. So strap in. This is why I just made a save state in particular, because I'm not 100% sure how this is going to go, and I don't want to screw up my save. So that will just reload us in the area every time. So I'm going to be kind of focusing here for a little bit. Hopefully we get this fast, because I literally just practiced this an hour before I went live, just to get ready. I don't know if this is going to work. A camera angle like this is very sketchy because he is still moving, but it's hard to tell where he's going to be. If he's too far over to the side, then he clips more to the left, getting stuck in the wall, but he's not stuck in the pillar anymore. So when I actually try to go out of bounds, nothing's going to push me forward, and that's what I'm afraid of here. Yeah, sure enough, I got the really bad clip. So this is where our death counter is going to inflate a bit, because unfortunately there's no way around this. I have to do this trick now and just hope for the best. There is a chance, though, I might get a random pocket of air. But, yeah, it's extremely random. I've had it like 1 every 20 times I've done this trick. It's very random. So remember why I said before I made a save state? Yeah. That's why. Game's in such a weird state it literally crashed. Oh yeah, that's a bad crash. Nothing's working. Even the warp. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not supposed to be able to do this right now, as you can tell. There is a way to fix that. Because this wasn't crashing before in practice. So I do believe I have to do something else before the game's comfortable. I think I have to reload. I think that's probably what's going on. I think the easiest way to reload is just to make a new save. No. No, now I loaded a different save on top of a save. Hang on a second. That's the wrong name. I can fix that because I already have a save backup, but I'm legit wondering what the heck was that. Yeah, my health is down. It took the save I used for practice, and it merged it with the other one. Are you serious? Well, that's kind of dumb. Hang on. That shouldn't have happened. But unfortunately, my saves got messed up. Which, again, this has been something I've already reported, but there are bugs with the save states that sometimes actually mess up certain factors, as you can see. So, I'm gonna have to do some extra prep to fix some of this, which I can do real quick. Like in an admission or something, but that is a bug that's not supposed to happen. So, that's kind of annoying. So I'm going to, at this point, just do the trick in question. So I guess if I'm already in a weird state like this, let me use my actual practice file. Because this will fix the other things, if it's already that messed up. I think I made my save backup right before starting stream tonight, because that actually is kind of important I did that now. So just ignore the name for the moment. I'll get it all fixed. Not convenient, I gotta wait for Link to clip out because I need to also do something on a different computer to get the save. There he goes. Nice, we got it. Let's go! Second try! Let's go! You can't say that I'm not good at doing some hard stuff when you can see that. That was really good. So, what's supposed to happen now is that once I do the clip in question, I save my game, reload the file, and it will put me right here, right where we're supposed to be. We just have one other complication that my save file got screwed up because the save states are kind of weird. But I can get that really unfortunate thing fixed. It's just going to take me a few minutes. That's the only thing. So, just... Come on, computers. There we go. So for reference, I'm having to use the second desktop right now so I can get these files in question. I can... Let's see. Because I didn't delete the save state, so we're going to use the save state and see if that fixes this. So it's Dusklight, USA, card A. Take that. I'll have to do the clip again, but this time we're going to use cheats. It's not going to be nearly as bad, because I got it once, and that's all we need. So just give me a second here. I'm going to copy the save into our folder here, so we can get it back. I will have to redo some of the stuff if the save state doesn't work, but that's not that big of a deal. So we're going to close out of the game just for a moment. Go into our card here. Make a backup of it just in case. I should use that other slot also, I guess, at this point for backups, just if this happens a second time. There we go. Excuse me, what? Wait, what? What? No. Okay. No, that is extremely... Why did it load the... I'm gonna move the save completely out for a minute. I copy and paste a backup save and it still load the wrong one. That's a first. I've never seen that before. I'm not supposed to have any save in this folder now. New quest. Perfect. Okay. That is interesting. If there's a save in your folder, no matter if it's a different name or not, it still defaults to the wrong thing. He's back. It's back to where we started tonight, but that's fine. Yeah, the save got another value, so we just can't use the save state. That's fine. I'll redo all the stuff really quick, which is, at this point, something I can just do with cheats. We'll do the other thing in a minute. I apologize for this. I'm unfortunately just kind of screwed over. We're going to turn off instant death, and we're going to turn on another quality of life really quick. We're just going to run through all that stuff really fast, minus one specific part, because I can just do something different for that. Yeah, that should be fine. We'll just do fast rolls. This is the second time I've had to do a redo section, which is kind of funny to think about. So we're just going to use this time to kind of just take a breather before we do, like, the real hard... I forgot. That's on me. I was mashing, and I told him, I'm not ready. Please leave. Because you can tell your master, I don't want to train today. Oh, that's funny. Alright, so we got a little bit of a breather, so just get to catch up with you guys. There's an ad break happening right now anyways on the Twitch side, so that kind of works out. So how's everybody doing so far? Having a decent week? Legitimately, I wish I've kind of gotten more stuff done right now, but I've just unfortunately not felt that great today. Been having some bad headaches. Oh yeah, I gotta get on the horse with us. Hey, we get a second try at the achievement, technically. Oh crap, that's right. He doesn't let you actually do this yet. I need to talk to Bo first, which is kind of dumb, actually. Wait, can I do like the funny thing? Yes. Okay, so I need to mention another thing. I showed this in a Dusklight demonstration when the port came out. But if you get a glitch called Back in Time to work, with Back in Time, you can warp to different parts of the game at any given point. And with Back in Time, it also screws up some flags. One of them is Bo here. And I'm kind of demonstrating how the flag thing would have happened. So if you use Back in Time, it gives you a file that has the Hero Tunic, Orden Sword, Hylian Shield, and Epona. So the game already assumes you're at this point even during the tutorial. So as soon as you're done doing tutorial stuff, you can go to Bo's house, and he's just chilling in here. Then you can initiate the Iron Boots training sequence. So technically, I can use another glitch to get here too. You got your PS2 power adapter last Friday, and PS2 is now working insanely well. That's great to hear. Glad to hear you got things all fixed up. And now you have a working PS2. Alright, tutorial fight's easy. I like how we're getting a little extra sumo time in just because the game has no sumo time, so... You're welcome for some extra sumo, I guess. Oh my gosh, dude. He's countering everything. War of attrition! I knew you'd give out first, because I'm stubborn. And that's it, GG's. That was much better than the actual attempts that we had against Bo. Yeah, notice now he's not out here. Actually, why am I going through the hardship of doing all this? I have the technology. There. I have to do the thing with Bo first, and then I can actually get through this section. Which is interesting that the game does check to see if you've done the little side quest with Bo first to even do goats again, which is so specific. But I do believe you can tell him, no, I'm gonna leave, and then you can probably do the goats at that point, so the game's trying to prevent you from skipping story. It's just an interesting, like, failsafe that you would never run into. Oh, I was hoping for sub 30 goats. I wanted that one achievement. It was off by 96. Are you kidding me? I was off by almost a full second. Ah, that's so mean. Whatever. Okay, that's everything here. I'm gonna get the rupee again. That's important. There we go. That was important to grab. Alright, now I think I'm going to show you a demonstration of Back in Time. Orden... It should be... not the village. Orden Spring? And I think it's 0.5 I warp to? Yes, it's 0.5. Okay. So this whole section, we don't count anything for deaths right now. Fall down the pit as he's voiding. Now I can reload my file. Fast travel. I had to turn off one-hit KO literally to do that, by the way. Because voiding out instantly kills you. Part of a rule set. Right now, we're giving ourselves a handicap for that because of the unfortunate situation that happened to our save file. So we're using this opportunity to show some cooler stuff. Plus, this is also a really good quality of life for me, because I was able to reload my file here into a boss fight we're supposed to do next anyways. It just saved us a cutscene and also backtracking. It's something we kind of need right now. But yeah, you can't do Back in Time if you're doing one-hit KO. Unfortunately, the fade out there will instantly count as a game over. So when you reset your file, it will put you back on the title screen normal. Trust me, I've tried. Oh, God. I seen that coming a mile away. I seen that coming a mile away. I'll put on the death counter, but I won't actually count that as a real death for just making progress, because we just got to get back to where we were. That's all. I was just a little too far over. That was my fault. Because Epona stopped in the middle of the road, so she was a little too close to King Bubba, and she gets frightened. Yes, we have the technology. I love that scene from SpongeBob so much. It's honestly a very mood situation. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Half the time when I'm dealing with a technology issue, I feel like Patrick. It just... yeah. That is just how I am sometimes with this crap. And right now is one of those moods. Oh, yeah, I'm too close to people. Of course. Remember that thing I said before? I could have skipped that whole climbing section of Death Mountain by doing a warp. I'm setting up this part, but then after this, we're leaving. I need to still have this set up for later in the story. This is a requirement for later. And by the way, that's a cutscene, so that will never count as a hit. Thank God. Alright, and that's it. I can't go up and do anything as we showed before, because now the game is in a weird state. I want to keep it in that state. So I'm going to leave. And this is also why I turned on the fast roll, by the way, because, yeah, this is quality of lifetime. By the way, I need to remind people something very important. Did you keep in the back of your mind something that happened in the last session? When I got the lantern, I never bought the bottle of oil for 100 rupees. There was a reason. That reason's coming up soon. I just gotta remind people who haven't seen that part, because I skipped it for a very good reason, and it's part of setup that's going to actually come into play very soon. Can't tell it's a challenge or a glitch showcase. To be fair, wasn't that what happened with my Ocarina one-hit KO? Halfway through, I just turned it into a glitch showcase because I just love showing off obscure stuff. It's just kind of my thing. Alright, we're gonna do something here. I'm gonna save. And because we know the save states can just bug the crap out, I'll make it a second one. Did he take off the iron boots? Oh, no, he did not. Take them off. Take them off. I cannot have the iron boots on for this part. Alright, we're back to where we were before. So we're going to do that whole glitch again. But now, we're going to get through it faster, because if I fail, I'll just use a cheat to give us infinite air. And then we'll just keep on attempting it over and over. I already got it. We showed off how it works. So now from here, we're just going to have to do it again just to make progress. But I don't want to load any save states. We saw what happened before. If I let a game over actually happen, it can crash the game in this state. So instead, we're going to have to be very careful about that. And just for the sake of moving on, we'll just hold the fast forward key. Let him clip. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of before. So he got stuck in a really bad spot. Notice how he can't even move. So now this is where, just for the sake of moving on, I'm going to turn off those other things from before. I don't need the instant text anymore, because I might skip something with that. And we don't need the fast roll. We're going to turn on infinite oxygen. And now we'll never drown, so I can try this as many times as I want. Okay, this is a good angle, because from here, he'll scoot to the left and eventually hop up. Oh, but he was too far left. Sometimes that can happen. If he's too far to the left, he can actually clip back in bounds as soon as you put on the iron boots. Because as a reminder for how this glitch works, you're waiting for Link to get in between the wall and the pillar in such a way where he will clip out thanks to the pillar trying to push him forward. So it's a little precise to do, especially if you're using infinite oxygen and just keep on trying it again, because now there's no setup. I'm just winging it. There you go, he got it. Alright, we're now going to turn off infinite oxygen because we're done with this. But yeah, this whole thing was to get us past this boulder, because you need to have water bombs and Zora armor just to get into Lake Bed. But now you might be asking, how do you get any further? Because there's no way you swim all this without running out of oxygen. And you'd be correct. But this is where a nice side effect for once happens, having the Master Sword early. The game assumes you've already beaten Lake Bed Temple if you have the Master Sword, which changes your respawn from when you reload to the surface. Normally, that would respawn you from a save in the water, which would be impossible to get up here. So, yeah, that would have been bad. Now, we can full clear this dungeon right now, but I do need water bombs for a lot of the treasures. So, we're not going to be in Lake Bed for long. I forgot to turn back on one-hit KO, so we're counting as a death. That's just my bad for forgetting to turn on an option. So with that said, Link has a heart attack. That was supposed to be a one-hit KO death, so we're just gonna force it. I got really unlucky. That stupid slime, man. The Choo-Choo was in the worst spot, and I can't control that. It's a cutscene. That's the second time tonight the game just threw something at me I can't dodge. So we're here for two things in particular. One of them is Uku. We need an Uku right now because I need to utilize Uku's text for an upcoming glitch. But the second thing is while we're here, I'm gonna get the hook shot now, or the claw shot as is known in Twilight Princess and Skyward Sword. Now you're supposed to have bombs for this section, whether it be normal bombs or water bombs. But thankfully we don't need either, because the Gale Boomerang exists. Can I, like, not target that guy? I also am in, like, the worst spot. Okay, well, he's gone now, so that actually makes this easier. I'm supposed to be on the left side, not the right. Oh, not again. How did that even happen, by the way? I wasn't anywhere near the slope, but alright, sure game. I want to be near the top, like here. Then I can target the wall like this. And do another LJA up. And if I do it just right, he lands on the ledge. Like right around here. Let me go for the right side, because I always have better luck with right. I think my nerves are getting the best of me after that hard trick that we just performed. There we go. Yeah, we're targeting on things we're not supposed to, thankfully. Because all we need to do for an LJA is to have the boomerang go in a void. And you can target walls with the boomerang. That allows me to get the boomerang to clip out of bounds when it's doing its rotation. And that's why I can do the LJAs there. Because the boomerang is out of bounds for a short amount of time. And that's good. By the way, I hate this one specific Losalfo. Get wrecked. That's probably our last time using the slingshot. I'm not kidding. But it was more than what the game normally lets you use it with. AKA the first dungeon, and then that's it. So Uku's literally on our right side. And I can't get to Uku right now because I need to move around this bridge in a certain fashion. So I'm supposed to do a lot more work. We're not going to be opening any treasure chests in here outside of the one I mentioned. So again, utilizing the Gale Boomerang, Lock on there. Lock on here. Throw. Sword. Jump. And jump. And would you look at that? Now we're on the way over to where you can get the claw shots. But we're not done. There's still more. This is the fun part right here, what we're doing. Stand here. Target. Lock on there. Lock on here. Throw. Jump. Jump. And there you go. Now we're over where we can get a small key, but we're not going to get the key. You need to have Zora armor in order to get into this room. Now, utilizing a glitch called Back in Time, we can go into the King Bublin fight to trick the game into thinking we're in a mini-boss right now, screw up some flags, and then if we look at the ceiling, then we can trigger the boss. I've showcased this before a couple months ago when I showed off the PC port, but during that time period, after May, when this port came out, there was a brand new glitch discovered. Technically rediscovered, because it's something people known about for a few years in Twilight Princess. But now people understood how it worked, and we're going to utilize that here. So, there is a way to get into this boss room right now, without having to do anything else. Utilizing some very specific movement, we can do what is known as a displacement clip. There is a very specific unit of that wall we can clip through by doing a very specific set of movement and lunging with our sword. The lunge attack pushes Link's hitbox forward just enough to clip through that 1 pixel. It is extremely precise, and that's why there was a setup made for it. Now we get to fight this toad. And then get our claw shots. And I'm worried about this thing. But first, I want to talk to Midna, because no one ever does this. Because she has text for every boss, but the Deku Toad has the most interesting stuff. Like, oh, this is creepy. I can't stand the pimply things like this. This one's all yours. I'm leaving. As a reminder, 1-hit KO. And these things all can hurt me for, like, half a heart? Something like that? Just like that. Yeah, I knew it. The problem in this section is that these little tadpoles kind of go wherever they want. They are all random. And this is the part I hate with a burning passion. Because these things are so random that I legitimately don't even know where they're going half the time. So I think for my second attempt, I tried to do it a little bit fast. That's my fault. So for the second attempt, I'm going to take it slower. And instead, we're going to just utilize more quick spinning. Oh, I did not clip out of bounds. Okay. Well, that's fine. I'll just do the normal method then of doing the LJ over. This won't be that bad of a boss fight. It's just the beginning that's hard. Like, nice dance, Link. The one part of the wall he can't climb, and he does that. Okay. At least we got a funny moment out of that. But yeah, it spawns me in a different room because it doesn't expect me to do what I just did. The room I'm entering into the boss fight, that's technically not where you're supposed to be. That's an exit. So, because of that, it doesn't know where to put Link, and it has to put me where I'm supposed to go for the boss, which is around the other side through water. And thankfully, it doesn't put me in water. If it put me in water, I'd be just screwed. We do have to do the displacement clip again, which is not that big of a deal. It's very precise. In fact, let me show you how precise it is by giving you an input viewer for this whole section. Make it easier for you to follow. So look at the input viewer, and this is something you can try at home too. This is actually not that hard. I learned this in like 5 minutes. So get to this wall, turn around by just tapping the stick. I backflip just to make sure I'm lined up right. Roll forward, tap stick, turn around, target, slash forward, C up, then from here, point your control stick forward and hit D-pad and A at the same time. Like this. Pull up your map. Then from there, you move forward 1 unit. Turn around again and roll, and clip. It's that easy. And you can do that to so many walls in this game. A lot of areas let you displacement clip. Okay, we're good. Now for the real challenge. Can I one cycle? 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. One cycled boss. I don't have to deal with those stupid tadpoles anymore. If you time your hits just right, you can do just enough damage with the Master Sword. It is very precise, but it's so satisfying. And that gave me the claw shots, which is one of two things we need. I originally was just coming in here for Uku, but the reason why I'm getting the claw shots is because there is one treasure chest in the Goron Mines that requires this item, and we would have to backtrack for it later. Now we don't have to at all, because we can just do all of Goron Mines in one trip. We will be coming back here, so Lake Bed's becoming 2 trips, but that's perfectly fine. I'd rather have this be 2 trips than Goron Mines, because that's a lot more out of the way. Yeah, I just described the SpongeBob Bubble episode. That's what the displacement clip does feel like. You're not wrong. You gotta do this, and then, like, half the speedrun tricks in the Zelda game, excuse me, are just that episode. Lake Bed the easier dungeon? I guess it depends on who you ask, because probably not. This is one of the harder dungeons, I would say, in Twilight Princess, personally speaking. It's a lot of smaller enemies that'll compound, which we'll definitely see when we're here for real. And obviously the whole water mechanic, a lot of people get confused with this dungeon, so I guess it depends on who you ask. I think this is harder than Goron Mines, personally speaking. Alright, this is last thing we're here for, the Uku. And this time we're using them. I couldn't use Uku the first time because I needed the letter that is permanently missable if I use Uku at all. So now I want to use Uku, and now we'll be introduced to Uku Jr. The very creepy looking Uku Jr., like, oh dear god. I think this got worse with the HD version of the game because the lines in the face got very more detail. And that's the one thing I didn't need more detail of. We're also going to utilize this as a very, very specific backtrack for a heart piece. I'm just going to get it now. I can't even start the Lake Bed tiers if I wanted to yet. You need to restore the water down here before that triggers, which is a very interesting thing to note, because the game actually checks for something else. And if you get here early like I did, I can't actually do anything here, which is very interesting. Yeah, no, like, again, for me, I'd say, especially for one-hit KO, I think Lake Bed's going to be harder, because there's just going to be more things for us to deal with that's going to hurt. Oh, I forgot they give you bombs here. Well, those are gone. It don't matter. Because I'm really here for the big reward. A piece of heart. But, yeah, now to explain something with Deku Toad, the only reason why that's a one cycle is because if you kill him fast enough with the Master Sword, you do more damage, because this is the strongest sword in the game. But if you don't attack him fast enough, even with Master Sword, you can still have to do that in multiple cycles. It could be 2, maybe even 3, depending on how you're playing. So I might have made the fight look easy. It's actually pretty difficult to get that timing, because you gotta be extremely fast with your sword swipes, but not too fast to complete a combo. To redo it? If chat wants me to, I could. I would load a different file up just for us to do it, but technically we can do that right before the actual boss fight, if people request it. But either way, I have to do that early regardless. So, here's the funny thing. Right now, I'm not supposed to be able to warp, like, at all from this area, because I don't have any active warps. So the game freaks out, saying, hey, wait a minute, you need to find something first before you're allowed to warp. Then when you ask Midna to warp, she forgets about that whole check. That's convenient. Because we're gonna have to utilize this. Now for our final setup. So now I got the thing I needed. Let's transform. And we're gonna do the same thing as before. Save. Make a backup just in case. We don't need that state. I want to save a state here really quick. Load it. Yep. Yep. Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna have to do this by resetting the game if I fail. Alright, that's good to know. So the save states are worthless. Why? Why is it like injecting in new data? I've never seen this, and it's happened so many different times now. That is so bizarre. Save again. Load it. Now it's fine. Okay. Thanks, game. I have to just reset, because for some reason when I make the save state, then the game's save system gets confused and loads in other data on top of this save slot. I've never seen that before, and it's happened so many times. That's why I don't like save states in these decomp and recomp ports in particular, because they're not the smoothest. They're not like emulator save states where it can actually save every bit of data, and it's definitely a problem for a game like this. That's why I literally saved right beforehand, just reloaded. I'm only doing this because I might fail this trick. It's pixel perfect. No, not pixel perfect. Frame perfect, excuse me. So I want to enter this room and then make a save state coming out of it, just in case, because then I can just reload from here. Alright, so let me save. I'm gonna reload just to make sure. Yes, it's fine. Okay, now it's time to actually do the thing that gets us in the Goron Mines. Now I'm gonna buy his oil refill in a bottle. And from here, I'm having to mash X like crazy because I need to pull out Uku after this is done. First try, let's go. So I just interrupted the last little bit of dialogue from this dude. Because he's supposed to say more after you buy the lantern oil bottle. But he can't because I warped away. Which is extremely convenient because now I'm going to warp out of here yet again. And right now, I stored some dialogue in the game. So what I just did is called text displacement. You can technically do this with a multitude of different sources in the game, not just this one. I specifically held off until this specific point because I wanted to use the lantern oil as that will give us the earliest access to text displacement. So now with this glitch active, I can advance cutscenes further than intended. And that's going to be really helpful for this specific cutscene that the game doesn't want to advance any further. And we're going to utilize this to actually get in the Goron Mines. This is why we made a detour. I don't know what's going on with these fireballs right now, but we'll take it. This is why we made a detour before to get Uku in Lakebed, because it's the earliest Uku we can get right now. And it's also very convenient because it gets us the claw shot earlier. But now I just gotta do this section again, which is fine. And I don't want Uku anymore. I gotta take that off my menu. Hey, Matt, how you doing? Yeah, so there was a whole sequence that we just did. Like, oh, if chat wants to explain it, I would love to see someone's explanation. But I can't. Because I'm still on part 11. Or whatever it is at this point. I don't even know what stage we're on. But this is the final step. Just getting now into the Goron Elder room. But yeah, you probably know there's something up because I have Claw Shot and I haven't entered the second dungeon yet. That should kind of explain some stuff. Also, because we warped up here, that Goron never goes into the war and the others that were here, so he's just kind of chilling. I don't even think he's an active hitbox. I think you can just walk right through him. Alright, so as a reminder, this was like, what, half an hour ago? We couldn't go any further in here in particular, because the game thinks I completed sumo wrestling. So there's an invisible wall that's in front of Goron Mines that you can't enter into until you complete wrestling. Then the invisible wall goes away. But getting Early Master Sword puts you in a state where you can't advance the cutscene any further to actually trigger sumo wrestling. With text displacement, on the other hand, we now just skip the sumo wrestling part. The game thinks that we completed sumo wrestling because we advanced past that point in this Elder's dialogue. This is why text displacement was so important, because now it allows me to actually remove the invisible wall that's blocking Goron Mines. And finally, after all that prep of going to Lakebed early, grabbing an Uku, then buying the bottle of lantern oil to store text, all that leads into this moment. So he says now, let the warrior pass, that removes the invisible wall. And to demonstrate it, these Gorons don't move. Like, they just chill here. They will move eventually, but not until I reload the room. But instead, I can just do this. Like, even they even say, hey, you got permission. Go ahead. We're not moving, though. We're just gonna be here. But yeah, see? No invisible wall. We're good. We have now fixed the state we put the game in. That was a long sequence just to get in the second dungeon. Now you see why I was telling you last session. It's not gonna be easy getting into Dungeon 2. There's gonna be a whole side quest we have to take, and here it was. And that's why I like doing challenge runs. We started tonight with a death count of 22, and we only had like a handful just getting into Goron Mines. That's actually pretty impressive. I was expecting like 10 plus deaths just from doing the pillar clip, because that's extremely hard. But yeah, now the invisible wall's gone, the elevator's working correctly. So I can actually use the elevator too. Like, the whole game's state now is fixed. This is the last real big problem Early Master Sword introduces in the whole game. So from here on, now the rest of the triggers should actually work correctly. Nope, we don't have to do any of that. Again, because we have Early Master Sword, I could transform into human. I recommend, if people miss that section, definitely watch the VOD back later, just to see that whole ordeal. It is worth it. There are multiple different setups and glitches just that got us into Lakebed early, and it's all for this one moment. But yeah, I just wanted to set that up so I can come back through this section anytime. Now I can use the elevator to get back in Goron Mines, but I'm never coming back here. Let's be realistic. Yes, that's another thing as well. That's a good point, Matt. If I go beat Lakebed right now, that will trigger what's known as White Midna glitch. So the whole area will still be in Twilight, but I can still advance the plot further, even though I'm not supposed to. It's a really messy situation, and I do want to avoid that. So we're not going to beat Lakebed. Not yet. That'll be later. We can technically do it as soon as we're done in this dungeon, but I'm going to advance story. So we're going to go in as the game expects me to go into it, which will be after the Twilight. Oh. I almost just did the damage strat to get through there, and I just reminded myself immediately, this is one-hit KO. You touch the fire, you're dead. Like that. Just spit in my face, why don't you? Literally, that's what the guy does to kill me. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff we skipped, technically. Like I said, for people who skipped it, I would recommend watching the VOD later. It will definitely be worth it. But you skip a lot of events because we can clip through gates. We can just go straight through a wall, which is extremely convenient too. And Gale Boomerang helps clear all those jumps that you normally wouldn't be able to make just to get to Claw Shot and Uku. That's all we had to do just to get a Uku so I can trigger another glitch. The other version of text displacement I do know of that you can do in this game is right before Temple of Time, because you can stand far enough away from one of the NPCs to trigger his dialogue without the cutscene playing. So then you can advance through the text just enough so you can actually store dialogue for this section as well. Text displacement is really useful. It's a very, very powerful glitch that lets you do a lot of different things, which also fixes some bugs that you can introduce too. Shout out to the speedrun scene, being able to figure all this stuff out. Especially for the new glitch that was just discovered like 3 months ago, displacement clip. That glitch alone, I know, has completely transformed the speedrun routes for pretty much every category of Twilight Princess now. So that's another huge one too. Oh, I jumped too early. That's fine. I'll just get back on. You can jump off in the middle of it going down. That still counts as weight. I think it's like here. Yeah, no, it sounds easy on paper. That was one of the hardest sequence of events. I find Pillar Clip much harder than Early Master Sword. Early Master Sword's not even hard once you know what you're doing. It's just precise. And even that I still struggle with, as evidence from the last session. I got it second try, missed the jump, and then I was on that one section for like half an hour. To me, though, I will say the easiest glitch I demonstrated was Displacement Clip. Again, because of a setup, it's very easy to do. It's just you gotta learn how it works, that's all. That's the hardest part, just learning how it works. But it's very consistent. I didn't mean to do that. That's fine. I'm trying to do the quick jumping, which is like equip, unequip, iron boots in the air. Doing that allows you to fall faster, but you don't want to keep them on all the time because you're slow. Nice double. All right, let me see if I can do this, because I can't remember how this works. Like you pull it back 3 times, and then you just like roll into the side here. Yeah, something like that. I haven't done this in a hot minute. Just give me a second. I want to do the little clip here. Which you can do this in every version of the game, funny enough. Yeah, that just skips having to go around, which is safer too. Yeah, I can agree with that one, Ethan. And I know a lot of games that are very bugged beyond belief. Like one of my favorites of all time, Ocarina of Time. That game has so many bugs. But I think Red, Blue, Yellow, especially the original Red and Green, which is the Japanese version, those are some of the most buggy games of all time. Literally within the first, like, 5 seconds, you deal with a bug. Because the sound effect of, like, the starting Pokemon is wrong. I think it's supposed to be a Nidoran male, and they play Nidoran female. Which is like, oops. Yeah. We got the wrong soundbite. Don't tell them. Like, if you're trying to do a glitchless playthrough of the Gen 1 Pokemon games, it's literally impossible because of that bug alone. Alright, give me a key shard. 1 of 3. The only dungeon that has 3 different keys for some reason. It's really weird. I guess the closest you can get to this 3 key shard thing is Snow Peak, because they tried the same thing there. But instead of having the key broken up in 3 pieces, there are 2 items that you're guided to that aren't keys, and then you get a key. So it's the same idea, but just without breaking up the key. Also, this is going to be so confusing. You want to know what happens when you got 2 Ukus? Yeah, the only time in the game we could do this. Now I got a second one. Who knew they multiplied so fast? Except no, they don't. They actually delete the other one from the menu. You can't have 2 Ukus. It's a real problem. So guess what? I gotta go through this whole dungeon without the Uku. It's not a big deal. That's why I made another save. Just in case. I just gotta get back to that room, which won't take terribly long. But I wanted to demonstrate. Yeah. Double Uku is a problem in the game. In fact, the Uku slot, it's shared. So it will just delete the other one. I would have normally save stated to show that, but I'm afraid the save states will just break with how things have been going this whole playthrough. I thought I had Gale on that for some reason. Nope, okay, that was just me being stupid. I think that is going to instant kill me because it counts as void. There it is. I don't know where I'm supposed to throw that. You can LJ over the chasm, but I'm gonna just walk around now. Don't want to drown in lava a second time. Yeah, I've been watching the Pokemon Blue from TRG, and it's been very interesting so far. It's cool to see like someone's doing a first playthrough of the game, and then seeing 2 other people commentate, giving like their own personal thoughts on the series and such, and their own memories. But then also having that element of someone who's very knowledgeable talking about all like the nuances too. It's a very interesting playthrough. I'm gonna say right now, Tim's been doing a really good job just playing the game for his first time. He's been having a blast from what I'm hearing from when they recorded it. They're not done, apparently. From what I heard, I think he said it on one of his streams the other day, but they're still recording more Pokemon Blue. I think they're like 40-something parts in, so apparently it's going to be a long playthrough, strap in. But this is one of the first times that Tim has done a blind playthrough of a game in like a few years. Because wasn't the last time he did a blind playthrough on TRG the Luigi's Mansion playthrough? And that was like 2016, 2017? Something like that. That was like years ago. Yeah, it's not his first Pokemon game, though. That is a good point. I think he started with Gen 3, like Ruby Sapphire. And that was after knowing Chugga Conway for a while and him talking about Pokemon. So Emil got him in the games. Calls May his daughter. Yeah, that sounds like a thing he would do. Oh, wow, okay. That was very unlucky timing. But yeah, I'm probably gonna end up watching that after this stream is done, their latest part. I always get to enjoy the end of a stream on Tuesday and Thursdays with a nice hot part of either an SGB playthrough or a TRG playthrough, or both, depending on what I'm in the mood for, because they both upload Tuesday and Thursdays. And it's like some of the only Let's Play channels I still actively follow. Like, I follow a lot of others, but those are the ones I still go on my way to watch new stuff with. Oh, that's a new one. Stop turning around, Link. What are you doing? I'm doing that kind of sword slash thing on purpose because you can't move that fast on the magnetized surfaces. You move even slower than with Iron Boots, which is ironic of how slow Iron Boots are, but it's because of like the slope. Just climbing up that just feels slower than normal. But I could turn on the cheat for fast Iron Boots just to move faster. But there's another thing I'll be doing much later, and trust me, it's worth it. It's also hilarious. And something I can do thanks to the PC port in particular, because this is a Wii glitch I'm going to be showing off here in a minute. One of the very few things that Wii 1.0 has over GameCube. Yeah, we're not getting the bird again. We're just ignoring the bird. If I grab that Uku, this Uku goes away, and I need to keep that one to get back to Lake Bed. I just wanted to grab it because that counts towards my 100% definition, getting all the things in a dungeon, but I don't have to keep them. I just need to show it off. Alright, so here's a funny glitch right here. Again, this is Wii exclusive. If you have the 1.0 version, you can do this. So normally when you're on the ceiling here, you move this slow. It's not fun. It's just a very painful section. But if I equip the iron boots, and then as I'm falling up, equip something over the boots. Now the game gets confused, thinks I'm still wearing the iron boots, but I can move at normal speeds. It's very helpful, because using that glitch allows me to run faster on the ceiling. That is only something you can do with the Wii version, because for some reason, I don't know why, but for some reason that glitch only existed when the game first released on Wii. Then, it was patched out immediately. There are some other things that Wii version has over GameCube, and one of them is in Cave of Ordeals. It lets in a whole debug sequence. But yeah, this is slow. Thankfully, if you're playing a randomizer or this PC version, you can just do fast iron boots, and then this also gets the same effect. And you need iron boots to even use your sword, because that's another thing this glitch in particular will not let me do. I can't really... Oh no, I can use my sword. Okay. I thought I couldn't use my sword. Never mind. No, this is just... There's no downsides. Just run. Like, look at him go. And obviously to fix the state, all you gotta do is just equip iron boots for real, and then it'll fix everything. Then you can just unequip them to fall as normal. No, I'm actually keeping the bird in particular because I do need the letter for using Uku. And we'll use Uku in Lake Bed since it's already set up. That's the reason why I'm not going to get rid of this Uku for the one in this dungeon, because I could get the letter now in theory, but since we have one established, I'll just use that one. So this wants to take me back to where we start this, well, start out its rotation. I need to go over to the right. I think the fire key should ignore me in the cutscene, but then I'll immediately want to aggro me after. There we go, get them out of here. Then I'll have to deal with these Tektites. And I'm gonna get this now too. It's so slow though to get a chest underwater. It's faster if you have Zora armor, which we don't get yet. Also, I want to see something. Okay, I don't know what the unit is. Oh, hi. How you doing? Alright, I'm gonna do this normally then. For some reason, there's like a pixel gap that the wolf can clip to. Yeah, notice how I got bounced back for a second there? That's where, for some reason, there was a gap in the wall that the wolf can fit through. I don't know why that wolf link of all things can fit through this gap, but he can. It's like with a jump attack like this, and he just squeezes through the door. It's really weird. And this is really the only way you know, is by glitching the game beyond belief. I just didn't know where the angle is I got eclipse. That's why I'm not going to keep on trying it. I think you got to be directly in the center. Not a big deal, because I want to do this all normally anyways. Yeah, Midna's not on the back of Wolf because we're not in Twilight. That's the funny thing to think about, because until the Middle Cement section, she doesn't appear on the back of Link. Not in the light world, at least. So we put the game in a state right now that lets us see Wolf Link without Midna for a while, which is cool, because you never get to see that state. I should mention that little Wii 1.0 glitch of me running on the wall without the iron boots fast. That only exists on the gravitational pull pieces of the walls. Like, I can't just walk up a wall and be fast. Like this section here. I'm gonna have to do this slow. Because I can't do the same thing on this wall. It doesn't work. And it is technically faster to do combos like this, because he moves slightly faster, which is dumb. So if you're watching a speed run of Goron Mines, then you're going to see him, like, stab a lot. There's a piece of hearts. Now we got ourselves a new container. Is that 6? That's correct. It's dumb that this is faster. But it just barely is. I also want to show something in the next room, too. I just want to be careful. Because this should be the room that has all the arches, if I remember correctly, right? Yeah, this is it. I can't do anything about them right now, so I gotta be extremely careful. Because I have no way of hurting them from a distance. But this is the room where Claw Shot early is a pretty big deal. Actually, let me also equip Iron Boots. I believe this is a Miiverse stamp in the Wii U version, and then there's another chest in the room that's also a Miiverse stamp now, because it's just a bunch of rupees in Twilight Princess Town. Nice shot! He's just waiting. It's like, I see him down there. I see him. And go. I was kind of afraid of that happening. This room is kind of annoying to get through without taking a hit, because these guys have amazing aim. Hey, where'd he go? Don't worry about it. Oh, he's gone again. I was like, what do we do about that, sir? We weren't trained for him going behind us. He's not supposed to have a claw shot yet. This chest you're supposed to backtrack to, and it sucks. It sucks so much to get that one later. But yeah, you can get here early because of claw shot, which allows you now just to go straight for the boss room. So you can skip technically getting the boomerang. Never skip the boomerang. You can skip getting the bow at this point. Because the bow's really not needed for anything in the game if you're doing an any percent route. You can technically get through the entirety of Twilight Princess without using it once. It makes the game harder, so I don't know if I recommend it. I'm just pointing it out for people who want a real challenge run. You can skip items. Yeah, I could have used that opportunity to get behind these guys, but no. I want to see, can they hit my shield? No, they're just... they're terrible with their aim. I'll show off the thing about that later, because I want to play it safe. Oh, fun fact, I don't know why. This chest was changed to a big chest in the HD version. I guess because players didn't know that that was a small key. Random change. Just had to point out. Yeah, they're Star Wars troopers. And then they also have the perfect aim. So, I don't know what happens. See? They're awful and great at the same time. How do you do that? I think I can LJA this, right? I'm not gonna try it though. I'm just curious myself. Maybe I'll try it later for myself, in my own time. I need to go this way for a key anyways. So if I did that jump, it would actually be bad. You can ignore the Seribot ad thing. That's paused for now. I don't want an ad to play on Twitch just yet, because we're about ready to get the mini-boss of the dungeon. It can play after. Also, shoutouts to SVA. No specific reason. I think I recognize that specific aura more from a profile picture than anything else. Yep, that's why I wanted to just try that real quick. And I had a feeling I'd miss, but that's okay. That's how you learn. I didn't mean to throw the gale again. Okay, sure. Just go to town. Wait, I didn't know this was a path. Why is there a ladder over there to climb up, and then you can just walk up this ramp? That's almost leading the same exact direction. That's so random. Okay, there you go. That's where you target. So many rupee chests in this dungeon, though. I don't know why there's so many, like, 5, 10s, even some 50s here and there. They shower you in rupees in this place, which sucks. Because the original wallet cap was 300, and you still couldn't upgrade your wallet yet. Oh, human? Why is a human here? This place is hot. You can't survive without a Goron tunic. They don't exist in this world, buddy. Alright, you want to see something funny about this boss? I don't know when it's going to happen. I think it's after I do the first hit. Let's just do the first hit. So hit him 4 times. It's the final hit that matters. Throw him out. Alright, now we're gonna do the funny. Notice how he's under the floor? Yeah, this is a side effect, not of Midna transformations. Quick transformation. People found this out in randomizers. If you do a quick transform here, the game doesn't know what to do. Because if I do that normally, notice it doesn't happen. But if I quick transform, then the platform still moves and he'll clip under it. It's so goofy. It doesn't do anything. It does do some damage to the guy, but you have to finish the final hit by throwing him overboard anyways. So it doesn't matter to do all that. I still have to finish him normal. Iron boots are still required to kill the guy because you still have to finish by throwing him off. That's the unfortunate truth. So if you're playing a randomizer, maybe I can skip this whole fight by just clipping him through the floor. Yeah, you kind of can. The final hit is the thing that's gonna lock you out, though. But it's hilarious. It's worth showing just because of how stupid it is. I found it out because of a challenge run that someone did of a randomizer before. Like I say, people find some of the weirdest things, and a lot of it does come from when you're just trying to break the game. That's why I love just doing more than just the bare minimum in these runs. We get to see some weird stuff at times. And also sometimes utilize tricks or glitches that never get used. Alright, so now the slingshot's garbage, right? It's just like that one scene from Very Odd Parents. Now we just take the card, rip it up. And the shopkeep is the one in the question for the next scene when like their heart breaks. Just like all of a sudden you just see that. I love that clip because it's just so relevant to this. Because yeah, slingshot now has no purpose. It's a worse bow because it has worse trajectory with its shots and it can't cut things. So it's legitimately useless now, which does kind of suck. You can still use it to stun enemies, technically, so it has some use, but whoever uses the slingshot to stun things after the beginning of the game. It's very unfortunate, but it will just be in our back pocket now for pretty much the rest of this. I don't know where it's safe to stand. I'm just gonna play it safe and destroy these targets from a distance. I think that's all of them. Cool. Yeah, it's an interesting place for them to put the bow at this point. Especially given how Forest Temple we got the Gale Boomerang, and yeah, like as you said, Aiden, you normally have gotten this in other games in a forest dungeon of some kind. So it is kind of flipping the script. I actually kind of like that, because you don't expect to get bow here when you first play the game. And this is the final Elder you need to talk to, so now we have the boss key or big key, because they keep on changing this every other game. I like boss key. Big key made sense to me in Link to the Past, because it was also used to open the big chest in a dungeon to get your item, hence the name Big Key. It just made sense. But then it's only a boss key starting in Ocarina of Time, so they changed it to boss. And then they revert that for Wind Waker. Why? Just call it boss key. It's a boss key. It's always bugged me. Okay, good. The other one stayed deactivated, so that makes this way easier. Does the Oracle games call it boss key? Because that would make sense for that game as well, because again, I don't think the key opens an item like it does in Link to the Past. If it opens a big chest, I like the name Big Key, but if it doesn't do that, why? Call it boss key at that point. Because it's only used for the boss door, so just rename it. That's how I feel personally. I don't like the other name because it just doesn't make as much sense. And here's another random change. Dodongo's dislike smoke means throw a bomb in its mouth, right? Well, no, that one can just walk off. Sure. Now we do arrow. Dodongo dislike sharp thing, I guess now is the new phrase. I don't know why they changed this. These are very different Lizalfos, and I think they still can die from a bomb. I'm not 100% sure. There's never like a reason to come back here and try that. But yeah, now they're just weak to arrows for some reason instead. It makes sense. It's the item of the dungeon, so they gotta be weak to the item of the dungeon. But lore-wise, this is a complete 180 to what they've been known about since the 80s. Yeah, we haven't seen Dodongos in a long time. Like, what was their last... Was it Skyward Sword? I can't remember if they were in Skyward or not, because it's been so long since I last played it. But yeah, we haven't seen Dodongos in, like, at least a decade. Didn't know they had a long variant. Oh, man. It's funny you say that, because I literally just watched someone, like, last night play some of Sun and Moon. It's like, I have not seen that game in almost a decade myself. Not really something I was itching to go back to, because I played both original Sun and then Ultra Sun, like, back to back, and that was not a good idea. Also, I believe we're done with chess now. Yeah, that was the last one. Tethytes got replaced with these things. Okay. Why? It is very random, but okay. That missed? Are you serious? I don't want to take a chance there. I think I'm gonna get hit by these lasers. I'm not caring about the others. I'm caring about the lasers. Yeah, especially when the moblins move away. Now they're not even a threat. Yeah, Sun and Moon are good games. Like both Standard and Ultra. I don't recommend marathoning them. I only did that because I got Sun when it came out, but I never got around to playing it that much in that year. That was my fault at that point, dealing with some stuff at the time. That's why I was still going to college and such, and had a very busy semester. So I didn't get to really play much of Sun and Moon, and then when Ultra was coming out the next year, which I think was a terrible idea, by the way, then I just rushed through the original so I can see what was different, and that just kind of burnt me out. Speaking of burning, I want you to actually hit my shield. So notice how he hits my shield and it bounces off like that? I want to show something that's very interesting about the Orden shield. He's got to hit it, though. Oh, no, it's on fire. And now it's not. So, here's the thing. I don't get the point in having your shields burn in this game if all you have to do to put it out is just put away your sword and then the fire's put out. What is the point, then? What is the point in the shield being able to burn? In Ocarina of Time, which is what they based Twilight Princess off of in so many areas, if the Deku shield got a tiny ember of fire from anything, it was gone in an instant. But in this game, they give you enough time to put it away. In fact, when it's burning, I can even, I believe, do this too. Oh no, my shield's on fire! Now it's not, because it's back in my pocket. What was the point? What was the point in the burning mechanic at this point? Like, it just doesn't work. And I think they knew that, hence why they replaced it so soon. You don't keep the shield long enough for the fire to really be a threat. And then immediately you learn a new mechanic of, oh, it doesn't actually go away immediately when it's burning. So I guess fire is a non-issue then, huh? Just such a weird thing. It's like one of the weird decisions they made in this game. One of many. It should instantly burn. In my opinion, if your shield's on fire, then it should be immediately destroyed. Because then it actually gives you merit to not have it equipped in fire areas. Ocarina did this right, and that was 1998. Thanks for the refill. Yeah, someone might not know that. I know that's why the mechanic exists at that point, but that's why I wanted to show it, because some people might not know that mechanic. And now, on your next playthrough, if you don't have enough money for the Hylian shield going in the Goron mines, don't have to worry about it. Because your shield will be safe. Just remember to put it away the second it's on fire. Which is very easy to do. I mean, if you pull out an item, that will also count for the same thing. I could take the shortcut I showed off earlier when I did the little chest thing with the claw shot, but I'm just gonna play this as intended. Just to be safe. Speaking of being safe, I've seen this room give people so many problems in a one-hit KO playthrough. Because the archers in here are very good at their job. Take them out immediately. Now they're no longer a threat. Still more, though. Alright, we're good. Then we're gonna have a really hard challenge here. Release the floodgates! Oh no, there's so many enemies! What do you mean they just don't want to attack? Well, that made that whole sequence not even a challenge. To be fair, I can one-hit KO all the moblins with the arrows, which also makes that easy. But just run past them. Now that's using your head. It's Goronzilla. Yeah. Godzilla-like we have at home, because this guy's not big enough. I think that's what they were going for, though, with this possessed state. By the way, welcome the easiest boss in the entire game. The first dungeon's boss is harder than this. Legitimately, this guy is put in the wrong spot. He should have been the first boss fight, not the second one. This is Fyrus. To fight Fyrus, shoot him in the head. Then he gets all upset, he can't see. Put on iron boots, grab his change, then pull it back. Then from here, he will fall over. And now you can attack him. He does not do really anything to you. He will only hit you if you're standing still. Okay, there was a way to re-grab chain, I just don't know how to do it, so I just want to try it. I believe there's a failsafe that's in this fight. I think if you shoot him in the eye like 10 times and don't grab his chains, he falls down automatically. There's a failsafe if the player doesn't know how to pull him by his chains for him to fall down, which makes the fight even easier. And that's hilarious to me. Alright, let me see if I can do the grab thing again. I think I hold it, then he goes on fire, then I let go right before he moves? No, okay. I don't know how it works, but it doesn't really matter, because then I just fight him normally. Which again, as soon as you hit him in the eye, he just doesn't do anything. He just tries to run away. Legitimately, this should have been the first boss, not the one that we had in Forest Temple, because this guy has like no challenge at all. Finish it. Kind of a wet fart of a second boss, but thankfully, Dungeon 3's is much harder by comparison. But by then, the difficulty feels like it picks up. What I'm meaning when I'm saying that this should have been the boss of the first dungeon doesn't necessarily mean that Forest Temple had to be the first one. They could have flip-flopped the order and had us do Goron Mines first and then Forest Temple second. The boss here is just too easy for your second one in the game. And it just doesn't reflect proper difficulty scaling. It makes it look like the game will become easier, not harder over time. That's the common complaint this boss has for a lot of people. It could have been retooled if they put it in Forest Temple where it's not a fiery Goron. It could have just been like a... It actually could have been one of the monkeys at that point. It could have just been a possessed monkey like we had for the mini-boss. If it was Ook instead, it would have made a lot of sense. That's just kind of my point. It should have been a little bit harder, I feel like, for a second boss. It works thematically here, but difficulty is just non-existent. Oh, by the way, this guy should look familiar. It's like he's outside the dungeon right now. So this is a face we were not supposed to meet until after the boss fight. I love how everyone compares this Goron's design to just Arnold Schwarzenegger. I think they were kind of going with a Schwarzenegger vibe because his face looks very similar. But who knows? Not confirmed or denied. Yeah, they're twins. Yeah, there you go. That's probably the better way of putting it. And with that, now, officially, we can go on to the next dungeon. Even though we kind of already popped in. I can actually do Lake Bed right now if I wanted to. But I also would like Zora Tunic, so we're not. Hey Link, I woke up from my nap, but I'm still very tired. That is a mood. Gotta go save Ilya. That was the plan, kid. I don't know if we're gonna get through Lake Bed this whole session. I want to at least get through all the Twilight. Which that shouldn't be as bad, but it's a long Twilight section. The Lake Bed Twilight section, as it is the final one, is like triple the length of the first two. It's insane of how much bigger it got. It's not even that much better on the Wii U version, with the less Twilight, not Twilight, what the heck I think it's called again? The Tears. The Tears of Light. Even though there's 4 less Tears of Light in that section on Wii U, they still put 1 all the way back in Castletown. So it doesn't really help the pacing. And they have to do that on purpose because of the warp that is triggered in Castletown. The only way to get the warp is to get it during the Twilight section, during the tier collection. So they had to leave that tier in, otherwise the warp would never trigger. But no matter which version you're playing, Lake Bed Twilight takes forever. Yeah, I mean, I don't really agree with one dungeon a session, only because once we get into the second half of the game, the pacing's gonna actually pick up. Like, legitimately, I won't be surprised if we get to Snow Peak and then Temple of Time the same session. Those dungeons happen almost immediately back to back. Even then, Arbiter to Snow Peak might also be a thing, too, because that's another one that happens pretty fast. Oh, also, another missable letter here, by the way. This is only possible to miss if you glitch the game. you have to buy this bag of bombs, because then Barnes will give you a letter later talking about the bomb bag stuff. And if you get another bomb bag before this, which is possible, then you can never buy this bomb bag, which is also a missable item in the game too, which is another problem. We're not doing that, obviously, but it's something to point out. I could go, because I got to Lake Bed early, I can go into the upper section of Lake Hylia and get the bomb bag from the river minigame now. I can get it from Isa. And because of that alone, that letter can be skipped, which thankfully I won't have to worry about. When does the Hawkeye show up? I can't remember. I thought it was now, but I guess it's after I do a thing here? Hey guys, I got something to tell you. I'm a wolf. Oh, I think they remember that from last time. I got a very fond memory of Link randomly just transforming in front of them and being freaked out. Seeing his bones contort everywhere, because bones don't work as a wolf, apparently. Can't remember, can you get this piece of heart now? Oh yeah, no, it's just money you can't get now. Because unfortunately I need water bombs to blow that rock up, and I think it's just rupees that are under it. But this here is a piece of heart, which you can get now. Probably would have made sense for this to be reversed. Rupees to be in that chest, and then behind the bombable rock would have been a heart piece. I think that would have made more sense. I'm gonna take a detour here really quick because I want to get some bugs. There are 2 bugs I can get out here right now, and I want to get them. Also, this. Oh, there's a funny thing. I need to show this, but I can't because I'm on GameCube. It only works on Wii 1.0. I'm gonna find the video, and I'm gonna talk about this once we get to the gorge. Trust me, it's worth it. But I gotta find the clip again. There's a funny interaction you can get in Wii 1.0 in particular with the postman. I'm gonna get the boomerang out because I might need that for a bug. I'm also gonna wait to do the caves. There's a cave here, and then there's another cave in Lake Hylia I could do right now. But it's best to wait on those, because I do want to come back later when I can get Poes, because there's Poes in these caves. What is that bird doing? He's definitely traveling. Okay, I guess the bird just gave up. I was ready to fight it, just in case. This would be nice if it was nighttime, because I can actually see this bug just gleaming in the night sky. So there's a bug around here somewhere. Oh, I think I can actually see it. Yeah, I just barely spawned in because of draw distance. No lever, no lever, no lever! I don't know if I want to take a chance. Just get rid of them. Legitimately scared of levers. What is this, the opening of Spirit Temple again? Oh, don't tell me a random Gwei's gonna come as I pause the game. Flashbacks to last year. Let me just go slower. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. Just at least let me get the bug first. Okay, now you can kill me if you want, but I don't want that. Let's not. Let's say we did. Alright, I'm gonna go back to Kakariko, because I think now I can get Hawkeye? I'm trying to remember when the Hawkeye spawns in particular, because I could have swore it was right after you got the bomb bag. Yeah, what happened with Spirit Temple is I paused the game real quick to update my death count, and then I felt like Gwei was coming as I was in the menu. So I got a second death on top of that, because of course that happens. I know that's a clip on the Twitch channel, I believe, and also I know it's a short on YouTube. I need to get back into releasing shorts. I just haven't been really motivated to make them with some of the changes being made, and especially the latest one. Like, oh my god. What YouTube now is wanting to do with the shorts basically makes it so I don't want to make a short after February, because legitimately, their stupid view requirements for them now is just absolutely stupid. Not a single person but them benefit from it. Stop hitting the wall, buddy. Stop that. If I remember now, I think I do this minigame to unlock the Hawkeye after, because this is for a piece of heart. But then once I get the piece of heart, then I think it's stocked. Which is kind of a weird requirement, but this game has some weird flags, as we've seen. You know what? Let's go with hard mode. We're not going to use that controller. I want to demonstrate the gyro for a bit, so let's use a pro controller. The only issue I have with gyro is that it is a little bugged in this. Also, my input, yeah, what? Eh? Oh, that's GameCube. Hang on, never mind. Pro, A, B. Okay, so now it was using my GameCube controller for default inputs. That's why that was so messed up. So I had to adjust the sensitivity by more than double just for it to feel good. And I had to increase the dead band, which is about, like, essentially its dead zone, to 7%, because the 4% causes the thing to drift. I also need to unequip. So, gyro lets you move the thing around. The only problem is that I'm wondering if it's going to do it now, but I've had it where it just desyncs. And I don't understand why that happens. It just sometimes can just lock onto a direction and just stay that way. It kind of did there. Also, do they give you arrows if you run out? Because I've never done this without at least half my supply. What is going... the sensitivity, dude. I'm gonna bump it up even more. Now let's work with micro adjustments. Okay, that might also be like the yaw thing, like whatever the drift is. That's why I'm just wanting to see how this works. And I don't like gyro anyways in this. It doesn't feel as fine-tuned yet as it does in like other PC ports. Because right now this thing feels very stiff. Like I'm legitimately pushing down and it's not working. I might even be able to show that. Yeah, you can see my X and Y values. I don't know how he's talking for me. Oh, he's talking about the Hawkeye now. Okay. Yeah, you can see it moving, but it's barely doing anything, which is weird. Also, wait a minute. Was it on this side? Because I'm used to Wii. You give me arrows, right? He sells you arrows! Ah, yeah, of course. You gotta be a businessman during this moment. I actually did not know that. Yeah, that was so close. Yeah, but this, not even. So that's why I just wanted to show that for a bit, because I still am not a fan of the gyro on this, unfortunately. It doesn't feel like it's that fine-tuned just yet. So I rather not use the gyro, just use good old GameCube for that reason. Now it won't be nearly as inaccurate. I'm just gonna go old-fashioned. Turn off the gyro input. Because now I can make micro adjustments, which I couldn't do before. So I wanted to see if that was even a thing I could hit. And see, first try as soon as I turned off the gyro. That really just shows. Dusklight devs, can you tweak the gyro controls? Because as of right now, they're too stiff. And sometimes it has a random drift when you're just holding one direction and it just keeps on going. Even though now you're holding the controller still. I've put the controller down and it still moves at times with gyro. It's unfortunately not the best implementation I've seen of gyro controls in these PC ports. It's just, it feels like a work in progress. And if you saw with those X, Y, and Z numbers, I was moving the controller a lot in my hand. Like I'm moving it like this, and the numbers went up by like 0.3, 0.4 at most. It should have gone up a whole unit, and it was not. And that is a problem. Alright, while I'm here, I'm also going to do one more thing. Nice camera. Just immediately go up the upskirt shot. Why does Zelda games love doing that with cameras? Alright, I need the cucko for this. If you're here for my randomizer playthrough of Twilight Princess, this one specific treasure chest I'm getting, I legit never got before in the game. And I spent an embarrassing long time trying to learn how to get over there without a cucko. Because I tried with the cucko once, failed the jump by a massive margin, so I thought, there's no way you can fly over here to where you can get this treasure chest, because this just doesn't reach. So I learned how to do this with a wolf. It's not hard. It's really not. I just made it way harder than it needed to be. Oh my god, there's a wolf now. I get free reign of the village. Nice and peaceful. I wish there was grass over near where that fence was, because you need an opponent to leave right now. Unfortunately, that fence doesn't open up until after escort mission to get here, which is after Lake Bed Twilight. So, unfortunately, I need Epona just to leave, which is a little dumb. But we don't have the key yet, so it makes sense on lore. What? Hey, hey, calm down. Calm down there, horse. We don't need to be running. I don't know why she's starting to move. She's supposed to be stationary when I'm using my arrows. Taking advantage of that early claw shot, because you're not supposed to be able to get up here that easy. To be fair, it's not hard to get up here. Just climb around the side. That was just faster. Horses really are interesting creatures. They're also very dangerous creatures, too. They might be your friend, but if you spook a horse, they're not anymore. They're very dangerous. I don't know if I'm gonna get another postman trigger here. No, okay. So right here is a postman area. Like, he can show up at this point and tell you about a couple different things in the plot, obviously, depending where you're at. But I want to look up, see if I can find the video. Yeah, I found it almost immediately. It's like the first thing. All right, let me just turn down the volume a bit. I'm gonna load up this video. Trust me, there's a reason why. I need to point this out because unfortunately I can't do this. This glitch only exists on the Wii version of the game. Specifically, I believe Wii 1.0, because the triggers for the postman act different in the Wii version. So, this is a very interesting situation. If you walk to the edge in the Wii 1.0 version, you can trigger the postman, and then he just runs out of bounds. See ya. It's so stupid. He doesn't know where to go. He just goes where you're at. He doesn't think about the geometry around him. So he just walks in a void and zoop, that's it. Postman's gone. So, yeah, he falls out of bounds to a point where he just keeps on falling and falling and falling indefinitely. And, yeah, the game does not know what to do. So, a shout out to this specific video for speeding this up, because this is a very long wait from what I understand, and the game gets very laggy, as they even say too. He eventually gets close enough to your X coordinate. The Y coordinate does not matter, because he's way, way below the boundaries. So, he gets close enough, he will still talk to you. So that's convenient, but also very cursed. So yeah, shout outs to this specific YouTuber here for actually showing that, because I can't. I don't have the Wii 1.0 version, so I can't show that kind of stuff. And that's one of the things that you can do in that version of the game that you can't in any other release. Yeah, you literally just kill the postman. Like, that's 100% what happens. He runs to his death. Big oops. Need more arrows. I didn't even realize I didn't have that many from that little mini game we did before. Take that, thank you. Alright, where was it again? Was it left or right? Because I'm a Wii head, apparently. I remember so much of the Mirror War because that's the version I played the most. There's a bug out here. Or was it on the other side of the bridge? I thought it was on this side of the bridge. Or wait, no, I think I'm thinking of the one that's at the other bridge. The one that's in Lake Hylia area. I think it's actually out in the open still. You can tell I haven't gotten the bugs in like a few years. It's almost nighttime, so at least I can use the darkness to see the light. Yeah, I learned the hard way. When I'm updating def counts, do an actual pause and not just pause the world one of these customized menus. You learn fast. Actually, I think it might be on the other side. I'm just gonna go to the other side of the bridge. But while I'm here... Wait, hang on. No, I hear it. I hear it's here. While I'm here, I still gotta do this. Pony, you're in the way. Okay, there's nothing here. Good. I want to get this heart piece now. I believe I remember how to get this. No, not that one. I'm on this ledge. Come on, Wolf. You can do it. I like turn over here. Yeah, that's it. But I don't do this as a wolf. Okay. I can just clear that as human. I did this in a rando once on my own time. This is actually a Sphere 0 check if you're doing this in a randomizer. Kind of like the one in Kakariko Gorge. But no, it is Wolf Jump. You don't have the gap. At the very edge, I believe, is safe. Yeah. Minna tries to tell you, hang on, I don't think you can make this jump, buddy. About that. You're supposed to wait until you get the minion rod, which is near the end of the game. This is just like the heart piece in the Kakariko Gorge area that requires double claw shot, which is such a late heart piece. I'm getting it now because I'm here. I can. I will. Thank you. You are not supposed to get this until many hours later. Alright, let me check my bug collection. I just want to make sure I'm up to date. I got the golden plasmid, male, and grasshopper. Okay, so no. Because these are the ones I got from before. So I am missing something else here. Because then the other bug for the bridge is on the other side. That'll complete a set. So I'm missing the one here. I just gotta remember where again, because it's been a bit. I love the wall of Twilight at night. No, like, this looks amazing. It does look kind of like a firewall, so I can see what you're saying there, Aiden. Here it is. No, you don't. See, I'm prepared. I know what you're doing. You gotta be kidding me. There was a second one. Oh my gosh, dude. I'm on top of the grasshopper, too. That's how close I was. My hand reached out for it and everything. That is such a troll. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, alright, you got me. I'll give you that. Legitimately was so dumb, man. I only have 2 arrows, too. Where am I gonna get arrows? I'm almost half tempted just to go back to CAC and buy some. Yeah, it's like, hurry up, because I know what's coming. And I'm not gonna want to fight this. Alright, so that's the bugs in the gorge. That's the fish turtle. Yeah, so then I'm gonna get the other grasshopper on the other side of the bridge. Yeah, that could have been a repeat. I'm glad it was not a repeat of what happened before, because that would suck! And I'm out of arrows. See, that's what I was afraid of. Get wrecked. We head. Go the other way. This is not where I'm supposed to be. I'm saying it that way in particular, and Weehead's gonna almost sound like an insult. It's not. My brain is on the Wii pill because I have so much muscle memory for the mirror world, which, to be fair, if that was really a problem, I could actually just mirror the whole game in this port, because you can do that on any whim by just pausing and mirroring. But every time I've played this game, whether it be a video or stream series, we've always had to play with the Wii world because of one reason or another. Whether because I only had the Wii version years ago, and that's what I used for my original Let's Play back in like 2012. That's definitely due for an updated version. And my hardcore mode, as I coined it when the Wii U version was relevant, yeah, that had no other option. I had to use the Wii version for that because there was no other way of playing the game in the hard mode. Nice, first try. I can get this heart piece now, even without claw shot. And that was just demonstrated. Plus, it's safer for my sake, because I don't want to fight everything in this area. And also, it's faster. I think this is the only set of chests here too, so let's just make it through this whole gauntlet, which is an interesting puzzle. I will give it that. I just don't have to do it. And these are the only chests. It's just rupees and the heart piece. And the heart piece is the one we really care about. Yeah, this is why we love Gale Boomerang in this house. Those long jump attacks are so busted. But yeah, I wouldn't be able to get back now. Like, I would be stuck down here. I think a save warp would fix that. I think. Keep on equipping the wrong things here. Alright, we gotta do another safety. Because one, I'm actually kind of curious about something after I do this. There we go. Got the rocks. As soon as you shoot those rocks, this portal appears, which, fun fact, this is missable. If you beat Lakebed Temple, you can't get this portal anymore, because the game assumes you went this way already, unlocked the portal, so there's no way you'd come back here and get it after Lakebed. I've seen people do early Master Sword and lock themselves out of this portal before, because they don't know that. It's very obscure, and oh man, does that suck. This portal is actually one of the more important ones for the later half of the game. Yeah, Shadow Beast. Not gonna be that much of a threat with the Master Sword, because I can just spin attack him to death. Like, so. Otherwise, that's 2 spin attacks. Oh no! But yeah, now it's impossible for us to go anywhere else. This warp point doesn't work because I will fall in the gorge, as Minna's saying. So now if I save my game, it's gotta put me past that point because it's impossible otherwise to cross this gap. Even with long jump attacks, it is impossible. I'm legitimately stuck here. But the game puts me in this section. So what happens if you have warp early? The game doesn't check. And now I can never go back over there ever again. I legit just showed you how to lock yourself out of the rest of the game if you don't know what you're doing. Oops. Who's gonna bug test for this though? Let's be real. Nobody in QA would have ever guessed you would have got the Master Sword before getting that portal unlocked. So there's no way they can check for that. I just need to point it out. Oh, I have lantern. I was like, why isn't this working? I want to have the lantern oil equipped because I want to do something else now. I want to see if I remember this. There's a backstory to this little out of bounds I'm going to showcase. It is actually going to be something I was going to use for this run at some point if things didn't work out. If I go like to the corner here, I can fill up and fall at the same time because for some reason you can just fall here. Don't know why. I was supposed to do that before I fell, so nice game over. Oops. That did count, right? On the button. Wasn't paying attention before. That was at 34. Yeah, I did. Okay. Sometimes that doesn't count, so I have to just make sure. I'm gonna go a little slower this time. I did the fast method, which is stupid. I just walk into the corner here, like so. And you can walk forward, and from here, fall and fill your lantern. I need to use more of my lantern, that's the problem. I have too much lantern oil. Don't worry, there's a fix for that. That's why it doesn't work, 'cause last time I tried this, I had, like, no lantern oil. I'm gonna set this up a little bit better in case I failed again. I'm just gonna put Epona like right here, and it's gonna take a bit. So, oh my god, I ran out of oil. That was fast. I'm not waiting for all that. Like, look, man, I'll just hit the tab key and we're gonna play that 4 times speed. Alright, fall and fill her up. I need this to basically be empty because I need to fall past the death plane. Because there you go. We're out of bounds. And you can move out here. If opponent wants to, you know, cooperate. There you go. You can move out of bounds. And notice that green thing in the distance? Let's go to it. Because spoilers, that's Twilight. So if you can remember with our friend Hugo, all the way back in the Orden Woods, I talked about how the triggers for the Twilights, they extend out of bounds. And as long as you hit it out of bounds, you can also activate the Twilight section trigger no matter where you're at. The problem, though, is knowing where to go in particular, just because of, you know, I don't know, I'm kind of navigating blind here. I legit haven't done this in like 3 months, so I'm trying to remember the exact spot I stand. If I jump off Epona, I believe I also fall. Like, for some reason, I can't walk out of bounds, but Epona can, because Epona is a very powerful horse in this game for reasons. There, I see it. I'm gonna equip a first person item to make this a little bit easier too. So I should be lined up right with the trigger. There you go! So these triggers, they extend above and beyond where they should be. It's insane of how big this trigger is, because it is possible to skip those shadow beasts I had to fight earlier. And if you skip the shadow beasts, then you can go through Lake Bed and come back to get them spawning in later. So that's also how you would skip bombs. If you don't do the fence clip to get into Lake Hylia, technically. Fence clip is easier. Just do fence clip. Originally, I did not learn pillar clip for this stuff. My original route was going to be to get to lake bed early. What I would have had to have done is at least advance enough in this Twilight section so that I can unlock King Bubbin 2. I needed to get to the escort quest. I would have done all this Twilight. Then I went into the escort quest, and I wouldn't have had a bow or bombs to fight him, which would have made it so much harder. So I would have had to have skipped the boss fight by clipping out of bounds and abusing a loading trigger at that point that the game assumes you don't ever fall out of bounds. So it assumes that you pass the King Bubbin 2 fight. I've showed this off before in a previous stream. I'll talk about it again when we get to the section, but it's possible to skip the second Bubbin fight entirely. So I would have done that and used a fairy to revive, counted as a death for a rule set, all that to get Zora armor, so then I can use Zora armor to get in lake bed. It would have added another hour or so to the challenge alone just for us to get the Goron mines. And I would have had to have done this specific clip to start that whole sequence, because I would have had to have gone through this at some point. I needed that scent. And I wouldn't have had bombs, so I would have had to skip the portal so I can get it later. Due to beating lake bed, screwing up the portal location. That would have been bad. So you're seeing this whole just like set of events. It just would have been a whole mess. That pillar clip, even though it was extremely difficult, saved us so much time. And it was worth it. Unfortunately, this whole section is just, can you dash fast? Because it's a long run. We have to go all the way to the bridge that's above Lake Hylia. So this is going to take a bit just to get there. I could technically leave and then just do the gate clip again back in Hyrule Field. But I'm going to go through this section because there's actually something I can do here. See that? I can get the wolf. But I'm going to wait to get him until we do the tears thing, because I can get a warp for that. So, for those who may not remember, because that was like an hour or so into the first session of this challenge run to begin with last time, I actually had to do that whole Temple of Time thing early if I wanted the early Master Sword, to just go into Sacred Forest and all that. So I ended up getting the Howling Stone now. Getting it now means that we can get that skill whenever, which is good because the next opportunity we'll have to get that skill is Temple of Time itself, which is much later in the game. Because once the game points me the Master Sword, I don't have to go back to Sacred Forest. In fact, I actually don't think I can. I don't remember. Does this spawn Epona in Twilight? No, it doesn't. Because that doesn't work as a wolf, but it could have worked as a human. So that's why I have to check. I feel like I've been here before. This bridge looks familiar. Same for that puddle of water. That also looks familiar. I hope this isn't 100 rupees. I just want to get this chest because I'm here. So just grab it now. It is. Well, I'm going to have to find a way to spend these soon because that is a problem. I maxed my wallet, so I just nuked 100 rupees, but that's fine because let's be real here. Money is never a problem in this game, no matter what wallet you have. Oh, he still just jumps away from the tree. That is not as noticeable if you're playing the originals, because I guess the lower resolution. Even HD didn't look like he jumped from the wall. Oh, there's supposed to be fire here. Oh, I thought it was just my imagination. Because last time we were here, there was no fire. That's the worst part, man. Hey, look at where we're at. Man, I feel like I've been here before. Should we go back in lake bed? Let's do pillar clip again. No, let's not. I am so glad that didn't take that long. I'm a little upset the save file got screwed up, yes. But I'm glad pillar clip itself actually was much smoother, because I was legit worried that we were going to have a problem like with the Master Sword sequence. And legit, that has been stressing me all week. I feel like a giant weight has lifted off of my shoulders now. Just getting that whole sequence done and over with. Now I know the rest of this challenge is not going to be smooth sailing. We're still going to have a lot of challenge because it's one hit. But I'm so glad that the hard part is over. I feel like he's going to take a page out of our book and call a hawk. I'm not really worried about that. Hawks are pretty small. Like, they're just these medium-sized birds. We can fight one of those because we fought bigger. I think we should be fine. It's not a hawk. Why can't I call something that big? My birds are tiny compared to this. Okay, let me see if I can do the other thing now. This is why I just saved, by the way. There's something I'm worried about, and I just want to see if it's possible. And if we fail this, I gotta be very, very careful. Because this can actually crash my game. And if it does, we'll just reload the save. I need this guy to look at me. Yeah, that's right, come on. This way. A little deeper, though. A little deeper. Oh, he's going away. Well, at least that keeps me safe from the arrows, because they can't go under the water. I need the rider himself to get dunked in water. But if this creature grabs me as a human, that's a real problem. It will crash the game. And I don't think they know how to fix the crash for the PC port, so it still would crash on this one too. I'm just curious to see if I can do it. I'm gonna give this a handful of attempts. And if I can't get it, I'm just gonna fight him normal, because it won't be hard. Is he in the water? No way, how is the rider still not touching water? The dude has, at this point, has gotta have his feet wet. I'm gonna give one more attempt and then I'm just gonna fight him. Because I don't know the positioning for him to go in the water with the rider. The bird can go in the water just fine, but if the rider goes in, it still works off standard enemy logic with these dudes. And he can immediately die from touching the bottom of the water. Just gonna give him some pokes. Nope, okay, here comes a crash. Yeah. That's what I was afraid of. If that thing grabs you at all, you're dead. Hear that, like, sound? The game thinks I'm a wolf. So, this is a permanent soft lock. You can't recover from that. So I have to save and reset. So now I'll just fight him normal. If the rider gets dunked in the water, he instantly dies, which, if you do it quick, that's faster than fighting the enemy on the back of the bird. That's if you can do it quick, as I mentioned, so that would have been way slower, regardless. It was worth showing off, especially because we were still in the middle of an ad break on the Twitch side, so people don't miss anything on Twitch. But if you don't want to miss anything, subscribe to the channel. Ad-free viewing. I have to kind of plug that every once in a while, because I know that is technically a strat that works, but it's not an obligation, but I always appreciate that said support. Can I technically just fight this guy with arrows? No. He's immune to the human attacks, which is very interesting. What is with my positioning? What in the world was that? Huh. Nice side dodge, buddy. I was holding left, and I guess because of how the enemy moved, it counted as me now walking forward, so that counts as a jump attack. So that was a fantastic dodge. I think he's still triggered, though, so dying actually now is probably better than just reloading the save. Nice, nice. I literally hit the button. It just didn't come out in time. Couldn't do a backflip. Maybe it'd just be better if I don't target him. I can wait for him to fly around, then target. My moves are just not coming out fast enough. That's the issue. I have free cams, so that makes this easier to see. The camera's not this good in the original. It still is like a free camera, so it does move around a lot, but I do feel like the free cam in this is just a little bit better, because you can zoom in and out more. Like, this feels like a modern Zelda game's camera control now. Alright, now the rider falls off. And then I can just kill him in one shot. Once it gets up. Like that. It'd be much easier if you just don't target the bird. No, I don't actually need this bird, technically. I mean, okay, I guess we'll take the ride. Okay. Now I'm going to try once to do this. I don't remember the lineup, but I want to see if I can do the clip out of bounds. Because not only is it safer to get through this section, but it's also faster. You have to rub against a certain part of the wall, and it's like pillar clip getting the lake bed. If you're in between two parts of the wall, the game doesn't know what to do, and it just pushes you out of the bounds. And I believe it comes up at this first sharp turn. I've seen this, but I've never done this side clip in question, so I don't know how this works. I think it's like, actually, I think it was that, the pillar, so I can't do it anymore. So we'll just go through it normally then. Although, it's interesting, if you do get the clip out of bounds, the game still tries to get you to the center of the map. So you're always just getting pulled to the right. Like, this section's really not that terrible to avoid stuff anyways. Just be mindful where they're shooting down the pillars. Because I swear, these guys have the worst aim for you, but they have perfect aim for the pillars. And there we go. We're out safe and sound. Easy. So this is Upper Zora's River. And I hear a howling stone, but I can't get to that. There's no water. I think I only have one attempt at this, but we're gonna make it count. Yep, I had a feeling, but I wanted to try it once. I wanted to see if we can do an LJ over there. I wanted to know so bad. Okay, I'm kind of worried about this section here. I think I'm going to get clipped by something random. So I'm not going to be surprised if I get a death in this area. The keys are kind of annoying to deal with here, because they can just kind of come out of nowhere at times. And there's one part, if you take too fast, you will guarantee get hit by something falling. Alright, now the keys are following me. Wow, that one looks interesting with the text on screen. Looks like I got him squashed into a pancake. These textures also look really good for Zora's Domain. Because, again, the texture pack I'm using is based off of the Wii U version of the game. This is how it normally looks, which isn't bad, but there's a lot of detail that just doesn't really come through anymore when you're playing this game in anything that's not on a CRT. Because this is all 480p. All these textures. 480p textures. Compared to this, which is much better. This is 1080p. Because the Wii U version was just flat out 1080p. Unfortunately, it was only 1080-30. But we didn't get a 60 frame per second Zelda game until Skyward Sword anyways. Like, Skyward Sword's Switch port was the first time we got a 60 FPS 3D Zelda. Which was insane. It felt so good to play at 60. Also, we're gonna do something kind of a little dumb. But it won't stop us. We're not supposed to be able to get back here right now. Because this entire area looks like it's open. It's not really supposed to be. Like, we're not supposed to be able to get over here at all. This is not until after the ice thaws. And even then, we should not be able to get over here at all until we're a human. Because we needed the bombs, but... Early Master Sword, that just kind of self-explanatory at this point. So we can take this shortcut back into Hyrule Field now. Which is cool. It has no purpose, but we can get here now, I guess. That's neat. That'll be useful for later in the game anyway. So open it up now. That'll be useful for when we have to come back here for some story stuff. And even just for side questing. I always just like opening the shortcuts. Even if I'm not going to use them immediately, it's good to still have them open. Because if I'm in the area, then I can just use the shortcut at any given time. So I don't have to worry about going the long way. And that kind of breaks the Twilight section, I will admit. This is the section where, honestly, having early Master Sword's really going to start coming into play. Especially after Twilight's done. Alright, we gotta do another funny. It's not like funny as in, oh, this is a cool sequence break thing. No, this is funny because we spawn the chest under something we can't clip through. Like, oh, cool. Chest. I can't get that. Also, did they just lock me out? No, the cutscene played. Oh, that's so weird. That's not supposed to happen. I was supposed to be locked in with these guys when all the barriers dropped, not just when one dropped. So a cutscene, I think, triggered some barriers, which I didn't even know that. Yeah, there's a warp portal. You know what to do. This is why I had to wait around for a while back in Death Mountain. Because I needed this giant fireball to fall from the sky. And now I can use it. Like, instantly. Yeah, always breaking. If I'm doing something intended, then you know there's something wrong. I also believe in terms of how the game is set up, that should be the last time you see Wolf Link without Midna on her back. Because going forward, you're only going to use the wolf now in the Twilight sections. Unless for some reason you warp back to one of the other non-Twilight sections. So, assuming you don't, going forward, the next time you'll use Wolf Link after this Twilight's cleared is when you're going through the Midna Lament section, which from then on she stays on your back. But we'll see Wolf without Midna more, because I'm going to be warping a lot after we do the Twilight. I'm also leading this chest because I'm full on money, and that's like 50 rupees. I can't carry them. Oh, there's also a glitch coming up, too. It's a visual glitch, and I wanted to show it. So, I think I have to walk out here first. Because I wanted to do this cutscene as Wolf. And then afterwards, I have control still. I don't think it pushes me in the loading zone. I want to be a human when I leave. This is also when you really start seeing some sass of Midna still, because she does not care about this request from the Queen of Zoros. Like, oh, you're dead. Oh, well, I don't care. Like, Midna, hang on. She might tell us something we actually can do. Might give us some interesting information here. She might even give us an item. In fact, yes, actually, she did. She promised us an item. Saving her son, the Prince of the Zoras, will grant us the power to swim in deep water, which now we kind of have to do to get into Lake Bed. Unless we use Uku. It's now impossible to do the Pillow Clip without Zora armor, because it's just way too far down now. What? Excuse me? Who? Who's gonna... They're all ghosts. They can't see in here. What? Okay, game. I guess because she spawns, then the game considers NPCs in the area. Okay. I didn't know that. That's dumb. I want to be human here because there's a visual bug and I will transform. I'm making sure of it. I don't know if the visual bug happens now, though. Let's see. Oh, yeah, it does. Hi, Dark Link. The only time in the game you can see this. The visuals, I guess, take from some of the Twilight effect in the area if you're a human here, because I don't know why he's just essentially a Dark Link clone right now. That doesn't make sense. Nice wolf, by the way. That's not a wolf. That's a human. Also, conveniently, you just wash up the shore here, which I love. One frame, he's standing up. Next frame, he's laying down. Okay. Breaking that immersion.
What do you want?
Now we can actually start doing the tears thing, because now the spirit spawns. For some reason, I have to reiterate, if you get up here without the water being maxed out in Lake Hylia, because it's possible, as I showed before, by using Uku, this spirit is it's just not here yet. The trigger for the spirit showing up is all the water being restored in Lake Hylia. It's very weird that specifically is the only spirit you have to do like a whole side quest to unlock. Because by normal means, you would never know that. Yeah, he is playable in the game. Who knew? I know that there is technically color mods that you can do already with the PC port. So technically, yes, actually. Dark Link is playable in this game. You just have to change out some files. I'm just playing with the vanilla tunic because it just makes the most sense. Come on. Come on. Sometimes these shadow beasts just don't want to pay any mind to Wolflink. I feel like I'm being ignored. I almost thought I wouldn't be fast enough to get this guy before he went into the dirt because of that bonk. That was actually almost really bad. So, I'm gonna, right now, just tell you, I'm gonna leave this bug for last. Specifically, leaving this bug for last is actually a really good idea. And it'll be very apparent once I grab it. But as of right now, just I'm letting you know, I'm not gonna get all the bugs in this area. I'm gonna be skipping one. And in fact, because I have warping, I'm also going to be leaving here immediately. Oh no, I can't warp now. Quiet. I make up my own rules. Because yes, I can. So, the fastest way to get over here now, because I want to get closer to Castle, is I'm going to warp up here, the Zor's Domain, and go from here onwards. This might seem weird, but trust me, I got a very specific route in mind to get these bugs, and it'll just be a little bit faster. Remember, was there a bug on this path at all? I got two down there. I got the one over there. I believe, because I'm used to also HD. That was the last time I fully played Twilight Princess and had to get the bugs. Because I played this when it came out on the PC back in May, but I definitely didn't do this part. I didn't have to. Sometimes that's probably for the better. I didn't even complete most of the dungeons. When I played this, I did the speedrun any % route, so I did all Forest Temple just to make it easier to leave. Then I went and got into Snow Peak so I can get the ball and chain. Left after that. Completed Arbiter's Grounds because you do have to beat Arbiters. There's no way around that. And then from there is really just the endgame dungeons. So, City in the Sky onwards. You don't have to do a lot of the dungeons in this game because of just how flags are set up in terms of story events, so you don't have to get all the items, thankfully. Yeah, it makes that so much faster. There's nothing on this path, thankfully. These guys, we'll worry about later. Oh, come on, dude. Instantly charges. Okay. Thank you. These bugs are kind of annoying to fight, I'm not gonna lie. I think these are my least favorite bugs. I'm not the only one that says that, too. I think speedrunners specifically hate these bugs as well. Because they're in a bad spot to fight, for one. But then there's also a side effect for fighting these bugs here, which we get the skip because quality of life. In the original Wii and GameCube versions, those tears of light spawn at the bottom of the lake. So you gotta wait for them to fly all the way up, which takes forever. And thankfully we don't have to deal with that, because we're playing with the HD rule set, so no need to wait for those tears. Legitimately, one of the best things about the HD version of this game is just how they handle Twilight. The only fix we don't have from that version in this one is less tears. That's it. And I think that's something being worked on at some point. I know that the other PC port that's in the works right now, which was, I believe, called Courage Reborn, I believe that's supposed to have a lot more of the Wii U quality of life already baked into it. But there's a difference between these two versions. This one in particular is made to be more like the original as best as possible. So it's mainly built with speedrunners in mind. Dusklight is trying to be as authentic as possible. But Courage Reborn, from what I'm understanding, it's being developed in the way where it's more custom. So that decompiled PC port can do a lot more custom stuff, which probably allows for more mods, if I had to bet in the future too. Also, we have song time. We haven't had one of these all night. Perfect, first try. Sometimes those trigger points are a little annoying. So I'll be quiet for this one, and I'll let you hear this tune between us and our wolf. This is the Requiem Spirit from Ocarina of Time. Can I just say, why is that Requiem, though, in particular? Should have been Serenade of Water. Because we're in the water area going to the water temple. I think that would have been more fitting. Yeah, I might have done things out of order. I don't know how you can guess. Yeah, the songs can also play out of order because I've done the hollowing stones in different parts of the game, too. So that, I think, was supposed to be Serenade normally. Oops. Alright, let me see if I can do fishing. Yeah, fishing. I'm not supposed to be here yet. This feels very cursed. You are not supposed to be able to come here until, oh, I don't know. Before a lake bed. But trust me, we're not going to be here for much. We're literally just here for like 2 things. For one, you might have saw a glistening in the sky. Art piece. Huh. Feel like I should be having a little victory animation by now, huh? Oh, this feels weird. Does that count? I don't know if we can count that as collecting a piece of heart. I don't think it counts. Now it counts! Yeah, the game doesn't have an animation for you collecting something like this in the water. +1 to Ocarina of Time. You get the ocarina in the water. So they have an animation for you grabbing stuff in the water, including pieces of heart. A lot of people think you need the boat to get that in particular. Like renting the fishing boat with the one in the pond here, but no, you don't. And now for the other thing. This is a little luck dependent, unfortunately. I don't know if it's guaranteed to be the first pull, but I need to go fishing real quick. Oh, it is first pull. Nice. 3rd empty bottle. And that's all we're here for. I just wanted to pop in here real quick so we can get the 2 collectibles. Fishing is entirely optional in this game. There's nothing you actually unlock from fishing that counts for 100% definition. You can fill up your fishing journal here, because most of the fish are catchable in this pond. And then there's also the rolling game. Ugh. Did you know there's actual gyro control for that if you're playing the Wii version? Basically making that version impossible to ever actually get the proper reward, because that gyro control sucks! Also, completing Frog Game just fills your wallet. That's it. It also unlocks the Frog Lore. So there you go, that's what you get from that. I don't know if I'm doing fishing for this. It just depends if people want to see it or not. No, like, I don't like Roll Goal because I grew up with the Wii version, and that version sucks for Roll Goal. Do you like playing Super Monkey Ball with the worst motion control known to man? Well, there's plenty of Monkey Ball games like that that were on the Wii. May I recommend step and roll, controlling it with the Wii balance board? Good luck trying to get any of the hard levels beaten. You will struggle a lot. The problem I have at Roll Goal is just it's way too long. Like, legitimately, that minigame, if you want to clear it all, has like, what, 60 levels? Or something crazy like that? And if you want to see your wallet being filled from completing it, that's another 60 games? Again, something like that. I don't remember what it is exactly. It's an insane number. It's really stupid. Oh, I need to do the cool thing here. I'm gonna walk up. I'm gonna face this way. Ah, no, it doesn't work. I know you can start these cutscenes by facing the wrong direction, but I don't remember how to do that. I thought it was just transforming into a wolf and then transforming back, but I guess not. Yeah, we're not supposed to be doing this yet either, but again, we are doing things very much out of order. Which is par for the course around here. Especially for a challenge run. Now it's time for the backslice. Legitimately, this is one of my favorite hidden skills in the game. The point of this is when you're targeting an enemy, you can roll behind them and then do... I think it's equivalent to a jump slash in terms of damage. So this is really good for very specific enemies later in the game. Like, big one for me is Dark Nuts. Or, no, they're not Dark Nuts anymore. No, they are. My Ocarina brain's tricking me here. They're Iron Knuckles and Ocarina Majora, and then they're back to Dark Nuts in this game. It's a really useful skill for fighting those enemies later, because you can break the defenses using the backslice. I missed. But that still counted. Okay. He was supposed to call his friends back to life. So how did that count? Don't understand. Yeah, we definitely take those. Like, oh my god, that is so dumb. That is so dumb in so many levels. Wait. No. We're doing this now. I need more slots. Why can't I transform? There is nobody here. They are all ghosts. Why? Midna, just let me transform. There's not a... Well, I was gonna say there's not a soul here, but that would be counterintuitive. There's not a visible soul here. Are you serious? That is so stupid. It goes to the feeling suit. Yeah, I know, but right now, I don't think it matters. I need to transform. Their feelings won't be hurt if I just magically become human. Why did that put me in a loading zone? Why? Why is that where the spawn is? It should have been a little bit further. Dude. I'm gonna do the same thing as I did back in Kakariko for this bug. I don't trust it. Case in point. Even doing a charge attack still not enough. Just gonna wait for him to calm down. I normally don't have this problem because I'm never really playing one-hit KO. You can see a lot of problems with this game once you take everything and crank it to 1,000,000 damage. Okay, that time it didn't count as in the loading zone, thank you. Some hits are literally impossible to avoid in this game. I showed it with the Goron situation beforehand with the Iron Boots. The very first Goron that tries to attack you is impossible to dodge. You are meant to take damage there. It is intended. So for one-hit KO, yeah, about that. Also, this is where we learn about Ilya. I did not come here before because you actually don't need to enter this section to get to Lake Hylia. You can skip this entirely. But while I'm here, I'll show it off. I hope that's the last time for Stick Bug, because that is not the first, unfortunately. Now, hopefully it doesn't think there are people around me when I'm here. Cool. I want to safety save really quick, because I'm curious about something. It doesn't count. Okay, good. I actually thought this game might have thought I was in the next part of Telma's Bar. The part where it advances to a different story section. That's not the case. Alright, while I'm here, I'm taking advantage of human. We're doing this now, because I can't be dealing with these small wallets anymore. I need to turn in the bugs to Agatha. And yeah, I don't know why, but you can do this now. And I kind of need to show off some stuff while I'm here. She has a permanent name for you about this, too. That's why I need to do this now. But to do it, I'm gonna need to use some cheats. She calls you multiple things. And here's why I just saved. We're gonna do the save state thing again and hope it doesn't break. It did not. Okay, cool. Cool. For once, I don't have to worry about the save states bugging the crap out. I'm still gonna reset anyways, just to be safe. So, Agatha calls me a giant grasshopper if I'm wearing the normal tunic. And she will continue to call me that going forward. This is where it gets interesting. Now let's equip something else, say, the Zora armor. Now she calls me a giant jewel bug, and again, she can just refer to me as this going forward too. She has different names depending on the outfit you come in here for the very first time with. Which even includes the magic armor, which is impossible for you to normally get in here and actually talk to her in the GameCube and the Wii versions. Because in order to buy the magic armor, it costs 600 rupees. And the magic armor needs a wallet upgrade in order to get it. Where did my background go? What? Oh, Google Drive just crashed. Okay, well that's cursed. Bring it back. I don't know why Drive just crashed. That's where I store all my assets. Anyways. I was not expecting that. If you get here with the magic armor and talk to Agatha, she is still calling me a giant jewel, but wait, she's supposed to call me something different. I'm gonna, instead, I'm going to just put this in my inventory. So it should be here. Boom, boom. Delete, save. Because I know she says something special if you wear these very specific outfits, but she has actual text for the armor too. Okay, now it's working. So, delete, save, pause the game. It's good. I just don't trust these save states. I don't know if you noticed. I think she calls you a jewel bug when you're wearing the armor. Oh, she's calling me that still with this. What? Okay, hang on. I'm gonna just look up the text because I don't know why she's not saying it. I might have to find it from a wiki. Okay, yeah, I don't know why she's not saying it, but she can call you a scarab beetle when you're wearing the magic armor. And keep in mind, it's impossible to get the magic armor in the GameCube or the Wii versions of the game because you need a wall of Magatha, because it costs 598 rupees exact, which you can only carry 300. Well, that doesn't work. I believe the text was probably added for the HD version, because in that version you can buy the armor without a wallet upgrade. Therefore, then those specific lines you can read. I don't know why it wasn't triggering in this version. I thought it was also in GameCube, but yeah, it just was not working. Oh, while I'm here, maybe I can show another thing, I guess. Because I'm going to get a refill on things in my wallet anyways. And I don't... Can I open these doors during this section? Yeah, I can. Okay, so which is the door for the Gorons? Is it this one? Yes. Alright, I'm gonna go back in the editor really quick, and I'm actually going to remove the Hylian shield. This should count as normal, not Twilight, so I should be able to talk to Gorons in here, because they all sell you different things. And this is the one I think I talked to. No, not this one. So it's the older brother. Yeah, here we go. Hylian shield for 210 rupees. How much was the one back in Malomart? I can't remember already. Let's see. Kakariko, Malomart. I have the list. Hylian shield is 100 rupees. So buy the one there, because this one's more expensive. But most people don't even know this exists. Because why would you ever buy it here? Just buy it in Malomart. It is easier to get it there because it shows up before the second dungeon. And then it's cheaper in Malomart. The only reason why I can see you would buy this shield here now is that you didn't get the original Hylian shield back in Malomart. That's it. It's just so weird. I don't know why they even bothered with a shield there, but I just have to point it out. Because I think that's the only other location in the game you can buy a Hylian shield. Oh my god. Sorry, I'm just catching up with chat. Well, OneDrive, that's where I keep all my ass. Oh, that's a quote that I definitely don't want to ever be remembered by. Yeah, for reference, I use Google Drive to store all of my stream assets. I have to say that slower in case someone else gets another cutout. I use Google Drive to store all the stuff I use for live streams, because then I can use it on multiple computers and point it to the same file directory. And if I change something on one machine, it updates on the other. It's very convenient. By the way, this is a bunch of lies. The big wallet, now you can hold up to 600 rupees. No. No. Because we're playing with the HD version's wallets, now it gets upgraded to 1,000. So, technically, she would have been right if I was playing the original and I turned that setting off. But you're wrong. It's 1,000. There's a mod to fix that for the GameCube version if you're playing on Dusklight. But it requires you editing, like, your game files, like the actual ISO. It's not really worth doing. Not for that change, it's just too minor. She has all these, like, cute little things of text with the bugs, too. I'm just not really gonna be reading all of it, as you can see. I'm only gonna give her one more. I gotta hold these bugs, because my wallet is going to fill fast, and I'll be back here later. I'm not gonna give her everything. It's actually good to hold some bugs if you need quick money. Actually, maybe I should just give her all the bugs. I'm doing the math in my head, and I'll still have under the 1,000. I want to have 1,000 when I'm back here in Castletown later. So, I'm trying to do the math in my head of how much money I actually need after this section. And I should probably just give her all the bugs now. Because this is still not enough, because I bought that Hylian shield. Like an idiot. I will at least just do this. Once. I know you have bugs. Get back here and give me the bugs. She gets creepy if you try to leave without giving her everything in your collection. But sometimes you don't want to give her everything because you don't want to fill your wallet, especially if you're playing the original. Playing GameCube or Wii, sometimes it's better to hold the bugs. But it also spawns them too, so now we can just see the bugs in the room. And I believe, after I get my 100 rupees here, I'll show this too. Oh no, it's lantern, that's what it is. I'm like, how do you get the bugs close to you? Use your lantern, and I believe they start getting interested in light. It's the flying ones in particular I'm looking for. Yeah, there you go. See that one circling Link? Now it just sits on the lantern. The bugs like light, so keep that in mind when you're trying to hunt for the bugs out in Hyrule. Lantern kind of makes it a little bit easier to get them too. I like how I can't transform here either. It's like, you kidding me? Fine. Oh, I can't even go down here because of the spirits. Oh, that kind of sucks because they make a wall. And there's no way out of this area. So I unlock a hidden skill early and I literally can't get it yet. It's just like the hiker wall, essentially. It does feel like a but thou must Pokemon wall. Oh, hang on. I almost forgot. Hang on, we can do another one of these. I'm not supposed to be able to get to this Howling Stone yet because I'm a wolf. And there's no way of climbing the ladder as wolf, but I think we established so far that does not matter. Here's another song. Which I don't even remember what this is supposed to be. I have to look them up, because after you get a couple of the Ocarina Majora songs, I don't remember some of the later ones. I believe they even like throw in a new song or two in this mix too. So let me look this up really quick before we do the concert. Yeah, here we go. Howling Stone songs. I believe people have documented all the songs, so I should be able to see what these are. Oh no, the Upper Zora River is always supposed to be Requiem of Spirit. I really still think that's not fitting. Alright, so we did Song of Healing. We got Prelude Light. Obviously heard Zelda's Lullaby. Requiem. So now... yeah, this is just called Unnamed Song 1. So I think this is a custom song for this specific game. Because there are 2 songs that aren't named according to this wiki I'm reading. And then the last one is a new song for this game. So, enjoy, I don't know, song. Because, again, people don't know what this actually is called in the files. It doesn't reference anything. I don't know why at this point they just make like 2 songs up and not reference any more songs from Ocarina of Majora. They have plenty of other songs they could have used. Oh, let me go get that right away. You know, out in the middle of nowhere. We're not getting that until next session at the earliest. That's an area we can't even get to until after we get the Master Sword. For real, like actually past that part of the plot. So, it's gonna be a bit. I'm gonna howl here, which this howling will call a hawk. But because we're in Twilight, there ain't no hawk here. In fact, you might remember a certain creature that was down here in Lake Hylia before. And that's the same creature we summoned. I'm not gonna watch that cutscene, it takes forever. Yeah, we ride the bird again. This will give me a couple tears. And then from here, I'm going to purposely hit a wall after we're done with this. I don't think it kills you. Even if it does, it's fine. I'll take the death intentionally. But I'm going to want to leave this section without going to Upper Zor's River. I want to go back to Lake Hylia after this. And you get all the tears like halfway through. So it really doesn't matter to stay in the whole section. Thank goodness for auto lock on. All you gotta do is just target the bug and then you just auto lock into its homing reticle, which is extremely convenient. Oh no, I missed a bug. It comes back. Come on, buddy. Stop doing your laser thing. Cool. Alright. Bonk on purpose. Careful! Should we try again? No, there's no reason to, because now I can just spawn here in particular. And remember how I said I left one bug for last? Yeah, here. But there was another reason why I saved him for last. This cutscene would not happen if I got this bug any other time. You need to collect your final bug in Lake Hylia for this cutscene to work. That's why I left this specific bug in question. I do not want to call the hawk again. I've always gotten my final bug in Castletown, and if you get the bug anywhere but Lake Hylia, then Minda's like, wait a minute. We're missing a tier. Where could this be? And then it just zooms into Lake Hylia. Wait, that wasn't there before. It's like this whole mysterious thing that just shows up. But if you're in Lake Hylia, you can see what that mysterious creature is. I was gonna say, what are we waiting on? Come on, buddy. We're waiting for the biggest of bugs. I don't even know why this thing is so large. They don't explain it in the plot. But it's your final tier that you're collecting the entire adventure. So it's fitting that the final tier is a mini-boss. Again, they just don't explain why this thing is mutated. I'm gonna assume it got a lot more light energy compared to anyone else, because this light spirit's supposed to be the strongest one of the 4. The one here in Lake Hylia. So this thing is eating good. Yeah, this is almost like the Metroid Prime 2 boss. Yeah, Chikyo. Oh dear God, how many scans? That thing has like 4. Just imagine if I had to do something like that in this game. 100% would be a nightmare. The only game I'm fine 100%ing in the Metroid Prime series is the first one. Because after that, I'm just going for item 100%. Metroid Prime 2 and onwards, it's just a pain for scans. I'm good. Also, this is the only bug you can see without using your senses, but that's only when it's downed. When it's attacking you, then you need senses. Also, I have to preference this. Now, we can do a funny cutscene with the wolf, because the game will not auto-transform me in between sections, but I have to transform back into a human. If you're playing this on console, I think they somehow fixed this for the PC version. These next upcoming cutscenes can crash your game, because the wolf is not designed for these cutscenes in question. Now, if you're doing a speed run, skip the cutscene. For the love of God, skip the cutscene. Oh, eventually at some point, Matt, I think I do want to do 100% run, because I've done it at Prime 1. It would be fun to do this on a stream series, do like all the Prime games for 100%. I just know I'm not going to look forward to it, because I'm going to have the biggest amount of anxiety for all the missable scans. Legitimately. If there's a missable thing in the game, I'm always on edge. Like, just all the time. Also, welcome the final light spirit here in Hyrule. It's a serpent snake. I always thought this thing was supposed to be like an eel at first, but it hisses at you, so it's more like a snake. This is also when you get told what the fused shadow actually is. Like, to summarize this whole cutscene, the spirit basically tells Link, hey, those things you're collecting, that fused shadow, that ain't good energy. And if a human possessed that, they will destroy the world. And themselves at the same time. It doesn't actually matter for us, since Midna's gonna be the one wielding the fused shadow, because that thing on her head is technically a piece of the fused shadow. We've always had one piece with us from the very beginning. So we would never be able to use this power anyways. This cutscene is also extremely messed up. This is when the game goes like psychological horror for a minute. It's the creepiest cutscene in any of these games. It's to emphasize how messed up the fused shadow can make someone. But man, it's still, 20 years later, one of the darkest cutscenes in any of these games. Also, the only time you actually see Dark Links. And yes, I said links, because for some reason there's 3. I guess it's supposed to be because of the 3 pieces of the Triforce, so power, wisdom, courage. So there's 3 Dark Links living inside my hand. And then they just, Thanos snapped me away. And I'm now one of them. Now there's only 2 Dark Links. Yeah, this cutscene does kind of give the embodiment of the 4 swords links. The fused shadow made 4 of them. But then we killed one, so now there's only 3. I really do feel like I feel like I have a headache after all that. Why did we just witness? And then they, of course, have to end it on one more creepy note. Falling Ilya. Great. That can't get any weirder. I'm not sleeping tonight. Thanks. Thanks, Spirit. Thanks. now I'm just creeped out. I really feel like you definitely went overboard in telling me the point about this dark magic, because holy crap. Oh, by the way, get the powers in, like, Bed Temple. Like, after all that, it's like, now you tell me what I need to know. After completely terrorizing Link. Thanks. My god, dude. Well, the world now is finally out of Twilight. Like, fully. The entire region now. All of Hyrule. No more Twilight to be found. Not a single piece of it's left. Sorry, Midna, but for the rest of the adventure, I guess you're just gonna have to be my shadow. Because there's no way you can be a thing in the physical world. For now. We'll fix that later. But I do believe, though, this is gonna be a good stopping point for tonight. Because we are now set up for, I would say, the longest stretch the game technically gives you between dungeons. As we just cleared the first half of it. Since that Twilight in all of Hyrule here, that alone takes like a good hour. But there are a lot of miscellaneous things that we can do now as well. There's a lot of side quests, and because this is 100%, we have to do those. So, I feel like this is going to be a good stopping point for tonight's session of our Twilight Princess one-hit KO challenge. And to be fair, we did pretty good. What was it, like maybe 20 deaths on the death count at most? I think I started with, what, 22? That's not bad. Especially given how I had a really difficult trick that I had to do in the middle of this. Just to get a stinking Uku. But, it's done now. We did it. Don't have to worry about it anymore. The trick can't hurt me anymore. Let me just set it for later. But, yeah, no, that's going to be it for tonight, as I said. I think it's a good stopping point. Next session, we're definitely going to be going through Lake Bed for real. You got a sneak peek of it tonight. So, we'll be going through the actual remainder part of the dungeon next time around. But with that said, that's going to do it, though. Not exactly sure what I'm streaming next Tuesday now that I finished all of the Splatoon Raider stuff I wanted to stream. So, that one's going to be open, but we'll be back next week, Thursday, 7 p.m. Eastern with this. So, at least we have one thing scheduled. And if you're on the Twitch side, you'll get 2 pop-ups next week in particular joining the chat, because it did tell me last night, after I cut broadcasts, which unfortunately I couldn't change the date to today, that my streaming anniversaries are coming up. Both for just starting on Twitch and my affiliate anniversary. I don't know why they're kind of separate, because the starting one's wrong by like 6 months. But either way, we'll be celebrating, at this point, 9 years of being an affiliate next week, which will be fun. So, that's it, though, for tonight. I just want to at least give you guys a heads up on that one, because I legit even forgot myself that was coming up. But, with that said, I'm out. Oh, yeah, the music. This is what happens when Google Drive breaks. How do you fill the gap? Just, This is so awkward. Someone please insert music, like, now. Oh, it's getting even worse. it's getting even worse. Park as well freezing. Shout out to Google Drive crashing in the middle of streaming. Thanks. There's the music. I'll see you guys back here next week. Thank you for watching. Hope you enjoyed. And have a good night, everybody.